Chapter 2307. If nothing goes wrong, today's mission to kill the iron blackthorn beast should be easily completed, Cheng Feiying said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he might not have to do anything today. Among these people, only Cheng Feiying alone can contend with the iron blackthorn beast. Although they may not be able to defeat it, they won't be defeated easily. With the help of others, success is guaranteed. One must know that there are dozens of people here. He plans to quietly leave after the battle begins. Anyway, he has achieved his goal of escorting Cheng Feiying. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the huge natural cage. This made everyone's heart tremble. Just this roar alone contains a powerful force. As long as one has a little bit of analytical ability, they can tell that this is definitely not the level of the iron blackthorn beast according to the information. Damn, could it be that there's another change? Last time it was Yuan Ning, this time it's the iron blackthorn beast? Ling Xiao frowned and opened his Tai Chi eye to look in the direction of the roar. Cheng Feiying, I'm afraid you're in trouble. This iron blackthorn beast seems to have eaten something and its body has mutated. Its whole body is blood red and its strength has skyrocketed. If I'm not wrong, its cultivation is at least around the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell. I'm afraid the dozens of you are no match for it, Ling Xiao said with a frown when he saw the iron blackthorn beast approaching them from afar. No way, no wonder its roar is so terrifying. In the crowd, the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain began to feel afraid. Miss Feiying, since the situation has changed, let's retreat first. There's no need to fight a mutated monster. That's right, Miss Feiying. Our mission is to deal with ordinary iron blackthorn beasts, not this mutated guy. Some of the people who were full of confidence earlier were now a little afraid. They didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. The key was that the roar of the iron blackthorn beast was really scary. Whoever wants to leave, leave. Anyway, this mission is not necessary to complete. I don't believe that with the strength of so many people, we can't kill a mutated iron blackthorn beast. This is not a danger, but an opportunity. Although Cheng Feiying was a little worried, she was not afraid. There were 46 of them. Among these people, there were as many as 6 first-transition martial artists. 2 of them were stronger than Cheng Feiying, while the other 4 were on par with her. Among the remaining 40 people, there were some at the late stage and peak stage of the 2nd layer of hell. Such a powerful lineup was actually afraid of an iron blackthorn beast. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt Cheng Feiying, so he didn't say anything. However, he, who had originally planned to leave, stood there without moving. If Cheng Feiying was in danger, he would naturally lend a helping hand. Although the iron blackthorn beast at the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell was terrifying, if he used his intermediate lightning battle body, intermediate lava battle body, and mystic world physique at full strength, it wouldn't be able to withstand the iron blackthorn beast. Combined with the sun god martial spirit's transformation, there was no problem in resisting it. Coupled with Cheng Feiying's attacks, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the iron blackthorn beast. Roar! As they spoke, the roar had already reached them. Everyone saw the iron blackthorn beast, which was as tall as a small mountain. It was estimated to be at least 6 to 7 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. As it crawled on the ground, it was like a small mountain constantly squirming, and its speed was extremely fast. Only Ling Xiao, who was used to dangerous situations, was able to remain calm. However, the others were not as calm as him. That terrifying iron blackthorn beast looked like a giant lizard, but its body was covered in spikes, which were pitch black and hard. That was the iron blackthorn beast's most terrifying weapon. If they couldn't destroy those spikes, not only would they not be able to kill this guy, they would also be injured. The moment the iron blackthorn beast appeared, its scarlet eyes were like huge fireballs as it glared at everyone. White gas was coming out of its mouth, and huge droplets of saliva kept dripping down. The ground was corroded and festered by the saliva. Just hearing the roar earlier, many Orange Immortal Mountain disciples were already scared out of their wits. Now, seeing this hill-like beast appear in front of them, A few female disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. They were the typical flowers in a greenhouse. It was only because they cultivated an immortal mountain and had never gone out to experience the world that they became like this. One must know that even if this iron blackthorn beast did not mutate, it was definitely a top existence among the demonic beasts in the early stage of 1-2 layers of hell. Especially its terrifying strength and defense, it could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Now that it had mutated, its strength had skyrocketed. It was not surprising that those people would be afraid. If it was an ordinary iron blackthorn beast, they would still dare to try to deal with it. This was also the reason why Orange Immortal Mountain issued this mission. But now that the situation had changed, it was beyond their expectations. Many people panicked. The iron blackthorn beast was very smart. When it appeared, it actually passed by the calmest Ling Xiao and Cheng Feiying, and rushed into the crowd. Ling Xiao looked at the group of people coldly, with no intention of helping. Because these people had mocked and ridiculed him before, which was really disgusting and annoying. He was not the Virgin Mary. Why would he save these idiots who were always targeting him? But even if he did not help, Cheng Feiying had to. Cheng Feiying was the eldest daughter of Orange Immortal Mountain. She was the granddaughter of Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. She was different from Ling Xiao. Seeing the iron blackthorn beast pass over her head and rush into the crowd, she chased after it and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Attack! It's not as strong as you think." Unfortunately, the crowd was in chaos. Those young people who had not experienced reincarnation were inexperienced little brats. When they saw danger, they immediately broke down. They could do nothing but run and scream. Some were even dumbfounded on the spot. As for those martial artists who had experienced reincarnation, they were afraid of death and were unwilling to attack. Instead, they turned around and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to the iron blackthorn beast's leap? This guy jumped at least 100 meters with each leap. Seeing this scene, Cheng Feiying was a little desperate. She did not expect that these people, who were usually so arrogant, would become so useless in the face of real danger today. She gritted her teeth and spat out blood. She forced herself to consume her qi and blood to increase her speed. Finally, she caught up to the iron blackthorn beast and stabbed the sharp sword in her hand into its body. However, this was of no use. The most terrifying thing about the iron blackthorn beast was its defense. Its attack was not that impressive. Cheng Feiying's attack only left a few sparks on the beast's body. But even so, Cheng Feiying had angered the iron blackthorn beast. Chapter 2308. Get out of the way and attack with musical notes. Although this guy's physical defense is strong, it should be afraid of your musical note attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He didn't care about the life and death of the people of Orange Immortal Mountain, but he couldn't ignore Cheng Feiying's life and death. Cheng Feiying had lost her composure in order to save someone. She actually gave up her best technique. Hearing Ling Xiao's reminder, she remembered that she still had her best attack. But at this moment, the iron blackthorn beast's huge tail was like a terrifying black shadow. She couldn't resist at all, let alone attack. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A figure flashed past her like a bolt of lightning and slammed into the tail of the giant beast. The giant beast was knocked to the ground, and at the same time, the figure was sent flying dozens of meters away. Only now did Cheng Feiying see clearly who that person was. The person who dared to face the iron blackthorn beast head-on was none other than Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, the person who was mocked by her Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. Cheng Feiying wasn't the only one who was shocked by this scene. Those Orange Immortal Mountain disciples who were panicking and even wet themselves saw it clearly. Their faces instantly flushed red. That was shame. Inferiority. Are you okay? Cheng Feiying released her martial soul and began to play the guzheng. She kept releasing musical notes, and finally had some effect on the iron blackthorn beast. Only then did she have the opportunity to show concern for Ling Xiao. I'm fine. Ling Xiao got up from the ground, looking a little battered. But obviously he wasn't injured. He was absolutely unharmed. What exactly is your body made of? Cheng Feiying was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao surprised her again and again. This was why she fell in love with Ling Xiao. She originally thought that her dream was to marry a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain. And that person was someone she thought about day and night. He was Jian Lufeng of the Sword Tribe. But now, Cheng Feiying realized that perhaps Ling Xiao was more suitable for her. Jian Lufeng was too arrogant. She had always been in love with him. Moreover, she now felt that if Ling Xiao continued to develop like this, he would surpass Jian Lufeng sooner or later. He might even reach the level of Ling Yan in the past. Today's incident was a good example. Ling Xiao stared at the ironback thorn beast in the distance. His hands were still trembling. In this collision, he had only used his mystic world physique. He hadn't used his thunder and lightning body and martial soul transformation. Therefore, his entire body was in extreme pain from the collision. It had to be said that this ironback thorn beast was really tough. Is it okay? Was that Ling Xiao just? Some of the Orange Immortal Mountain's disciples still hadn't come to their senses. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How can he is of the worlds? The burly man Immortal Mountains of the way Immortal Mountain, of the Immortals perhaps among these people, he was the only one who understood Ling Xiao's strength the best. Of the I think it's just because the ironback thorn beast is weak. Aren't we a little too cowardly? We were saved by someone from the Black Immortal Mountain. What a shame! The one who spoke was a first transition martial artist. His strength was even stronger than Cheng Feiying's, and he was considered one of the best in this group. He had only cared about protecting himself. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to steal the limelight. Naturally, he was very unhappy. Brother Fang, do you think so too? I also think that Ling Xiao was just lucky to encounter an ironback thorn beast that wasn't very strong. That's why this happened. Brother Qin, why don't we join forces to destroy that ironback thorn beast? That way, we can gain face in front of Miss Feiying. We can't let that kid from the Black Immortal Mountain steal the limelight. That's exactly what I was thinking. After Fang and Qin finished their discussion, they jumped out at the same time and charged at the ironback thorn beast. Cheng Feiying had been able to suppress the monster with the help of musical notes, soul power. However, Qin and Fang's actions infuriated the monster. It roared at the sky, as if to say, "Do you really think I'm a sick cat that anyone can bully?" Qin and Fang had just jumped into the air when they were so scared that their bodies stiffened, and they couldn't move. Although they weren't weak, they didn't have Ling Xiao's powerful soul power and domineering aura. Facing the ironback thorn beast, they were scared before they even fought. If they had really attacked, they wouldn't have died. But they turned and ran. In the end, they were brutally slapped to death by the ironback thorn beast's claws. The 2 corpses fell to the ground. The others from the Orange Immortal Mountain instantly shut their mouths. Those who had been complaining about Ling Xiao's good luck didn't dare to utter a word. The 2 people who had been killed by the ironback thorn beast were the 2 strongest among them, yet they had ended up like this. What else did they have to show off? Scram to the side. Don't be a hindrance here. Ling Xiao jumped out. His whole body began to change, transforming into the sinister sun god martial spirit transformation. Although it was only a partial transformation, his ferocious appearance still shocked everyone. So the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao is a beast warrior. That's an extinct existence in the Black Tortoise continent. Although this appearance is terrifying, it's very cool and eye-catching. Some female disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain have already become Ling Xiao's fangirls. You're really a beast warrior? Cheng Feiying asked in surprise. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't deny it. Beast god martial artists are also beast warriors. They're just the strongest beast warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. Be careful, that guy is coming. Cheng Feiying suddenly shouted. Even if you're coming, you still have to stop for me. Ling Xiao roared. Like a ferocious beast, he stepped forward and pressed down on the ironback thorn beast's 2 huge claws with both hands. The iron-back thorn beast was unable to restrain its anger and ruthlessly whipped its tail at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's tail also stretched out from behind him like a python and ruthlessly bit the iron-back thorn beast's tail. This scene caused the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to be dumbstruck. What a beast! A true monster! Although I feel embarrassed, Senior Brother Fang and Senior Brother Qin really can't compare to him. The Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't idiots. They mocked Ling Xiao before because they didn't understand Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's cultivation is indeed lower than theirs. Of course, the most important thing was the 8 Immortal Mountains' false propaganda. Especially the Sand Race's malicious defamation of Ling Xiao. This caused these people's impression of Ling Xiao to be extremely bad. Now that they've seen Ling Xiao display such formidable strength, even if they're not convinced verbally, they have no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao is powerful. Miss Feiying, do you mind if I snatch this mutated ironback thorn beast? The reason Ling Xiao asked this is to give face to Qing Feiying. If it were someone else, he would have directly attacked without any nonsense. Chapter 2309. Of course I don't mind. Without you, we wouldn't have only lost 2 people today. Qing Feiying nodded and said, But don't you need my help? No need. You can search nearby. There should be other ironback thorn beasts here. It should be enough for you to complete your mission, Ling Xiao said loudly. After all, this was the ironback thorn beast's cage. There couldn't be only one ironback thorn beast here. Who knew that as soon as he said this, he saw another beast smaller than the mutated ironback thorn beast appear and charge towards the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. This time, the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't as flustered as before. Qing Feiying, in particular, released a musical note that instantly bound the ordinary ironback thorn beast. Although it was only for a moment, it allowed the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to regroup. Miss Feiying, let's see if I can kill this guy first or you can kill that guy first. Ling Xiao grinned. Suddenly, a cold aura of death appeared on his sharp claws. Consecutive nether ghost claws bombarded the mutated ironback thorn beast's claws. The behemoth kept retreating. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose to such a monster. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose this time. No matter what, the ordinary ironback thorn beast is much weaker. Qing Feiying was also competitive. She didn't want to always be suppressed by Ling Xiao. Brothers and sisters of the Orange Fairy Mountain, this time, even if we don't fight for the bread, we have to fight for our pride. We have more people, and the ironback thorn beast we're facing is weaker. If we don't beat the others before they do, it'll be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, the competition was just to liven up the atmosphere. There was no need to compete with Qing Feiying. But to be honest, he really wanted to see if he could defeat the mutated ironback thorn beast before him faster than the people of the Orange Immortal Mountain. Meteor Sword Art, fall! Ling Xiao took a step forward. His body flashed, and a long sword appeared in his right hand. After all, the nether ghost claw wasn't mature enough. This sword art was more convenient to use. The heavy sword and the mutated ironback thorn beast collided. Once again, there was a shocking explosion. But this time, due to the special effect of fall, the ironback thorn beast was smashed to the ground. Even the thorns on its back seemed to have small cracks. Although the crack was small, it meant that the attack was effective. I want to see how many times you can take my attacks. Relying on his speed advantage, Ling Xiao used the Moonlight Meteor Steps. His body was like a shooting star as he began to attack the mutant ironback thorn beast. The sword light kept flashing on the ironback thorn beast. The ironback thorn beast howled in anger. It wasn't because of the pain, but because she couldn't catch Ling Xiao's course, SST. The ironback thorn beast's defense was not to be underestimated, especially when it used all of its wild beast strength for defense. Ling Xiao's attacks became difficult to break through. With Ling Xiao's speed, he should be fine. I can deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of me with peace of mind. Qing Feiying was still very concerned about Ling Xiao. After all, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, she would have been seriously injured by the mutated ironback thorn beast even if she didn't die. Now that she saw that Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she was slightly relieved. She planned to join forces with her brothers and sisters to kill the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of them before going to help Ling Xiao. Everyone listen up. Let's deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of us, and then go help Ling Xiao. Do you have any objections? Cheng Feiying turned around and asked. No. Although some people were still unwilling, they had to admit that if it weren't for Ling Xiao blocking the mutated ironback thorn beast, not only would Cheng Feiying have died, but they would have also died. At this moment, when they thought about the sarcasm they had directed at Ling Xiao before, everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the sect's judgment was wrong? Many of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples now began to doubt the sect's judgment of Ling Xiao. In fact, for a martial artist like Ling Xiao, because he was fast enough, it was easy for him to deal with powerful but clumsy monsters. Moreover, his strength and the toughness of his body weren't inferior to the ironback thorn beast at all. In fact, he was even stronger. Seeing that the sword technique couldn't take effect, Ling Xiao sneered. His body suddenly flashed with a crimson lava light. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of lava armor. Not only was he more handsome than before, but he was also more eye-catching. His combat strength had also suddenly soared. This was the real benefit. The power of lava had long been integrated into every cell of Ling Xiao's. As long as he circulated his inner force, he could use it with a thought. The yin-yang yuan force in his entire body turned crimson and even turned into a viscous liquid. If he touched the enemy, he could burn the enemy. At this time, he was only using the elementary lava battle body. Because for the time being, he didn't need to use the intermediate lava battle body to deal with this ironback thorn beast. Coupled with his powerful mystic world body and sun god martial soul transformation, he had no problem directly fighting this mutated ironback thorn beast. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stole some time to turn their heads to take a look. Each and every one of them was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand condensed into a terrifyingly sharp claw. Just like that, he went back and forth with the ironback thorn beast. He didn't dodge at all. If someone had said this before, they would have thought that person was crazy. How could a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain have such ability? But now, it was all in front of them. Ling Xiao actually had the upper hand in the head-on clash with the ironback thorn beast. On the contrary, the ironback thorn beast's wounds were increasing. From time to time, it would erupt with angry roars. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver and stronger as he fought. In the end, he simply put away the heavy sword. He directly fought with his bare hands. Because he found that in the fight with the ironback thorn beast, the energy in his body from the blood-sucking demon beast seemed to be getting easier and easier to control. He became stronger again. The pretty boy with a red mole, who had mocked Ling Xiao and said that he would never help him, was now shivering in the autumn wind. He was afraid. Afraid that after Ling Xiao killed the mutated ironback thorn beast, he would come to settle the score with him. I think the sect must have listened to slander. With Ling Xiao's strength, it's not strange that he killed the demon envoy. Gradually, some of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples began to change their opinion of Ling Xiao. Although this opinion didn't mean much to Ling Xiao, no one liked to be scolded all the time. Ling Xiao was the same. Of course, he also wanted to be recognized and worshipped by others. After all, he was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. This was especially important. Chapter 23:10. I think so too. It's already so difficult for so many of us to deal with an ordinary ironback thorn beast, but Ling Xiao is dealing with a mutant ironback thorn beast so effortlessly. That guy just slapped the two strongest people in Orange Immortal Mountain's second layer of hell to death. Most of these people are disciples in charge of support, so they have time to talk. As for Cheng Feiying, who is fighting the ordinary ironback thorn beast in the center, she can only take the time to glance at the situation over there. But even this glance is enough to make her pleasantly surprised. She can't help but sigh in her heart. I, Cheng Feiying, didn't get Jian Liufeng's favor. But now, I feel that it's a blessing. Meeting Ling Xiao and becoming friends with Ling Xiao is my greatest blessing. Thinking back to how she didn't even spare a glance for Ling Xiao, Cheng Feiying feels that she was very laughable. In the future, she can't just judge people by their appearance and rumors. Back then, she was fooled by those bad rumors. Just as she is thinking, Ling Xiao's hearty voice suddenly comes to her ear. Miss Feiying, I'm going to end the fight here first. Ling Xiao's words make everyone stare blankly for a moment. After all, Orange Immortal Mountain is only trapping the ordinary ironback thorn beast. It will take at least half an hour to defeat it. Ling Xiao is actually going to end the fight? Those who are free can't help but look over. They see Ling Xiao suddenly retreat, his hands forming strange giant claws. Then, a gloomy and terrifying aura quickly condenses on the claws. Ironback Bramble Beast, in order to thank you for helping me raise the Yiksha style to Desheng, I will use it to end your life. After several minutes of continuous bombardment. In fact, Ling Xiao has already left many internal injuries on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body. The spiky scales on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body are basically all broken. Without that defense, its ability to resist attacks is at least halved. In addition to those internal injuries, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill this beast in one move. After saying that, his figure suddenly rushed out, and the giant claws condensed in his hands revealed the appearance of a Yiksha. The blow landed on the mutant Ironback Thorn Beast, who was already dizzy and couldn't even tell north from south. Boom! After a terrible crash, the Ironback Thorn Beast let out a miserable shriek. The pitiful Ironback Thorn Beast, which was known for its defense, was pierced through by Ling Xiao's claw. Blood splattered everywhere like a rain of blood. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain all let out cries of surprise as they watched this shocking scene in astonishment. The Ironback Thorn Beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. After twitching twice, it finally stopped moving. The scariest thing about the Nether Spirit Claw was the deathly aura that wrapped around its claws. Once entangled by this deathly aura, then death was inevitable. At this time, all the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stopped fighting and looked over in a daze. They didn't know what words to use to describe what they saw. When the ordinary Ironback Thorn Beast saw that its mutant boss was dead, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. It turned around and fled with a miserable howl. But Cheng Feiying wouldn't let it escape so easily. She condensed her powerful soul power and attacked with a musical note. A ferocious musical note Ice Lion bit the ordinary Ironback Thorn Beast's neck. Everyone attack, quick! Cheng Feiying knew that the opportunity had come. Because its boss was killed, this Ironback Thorn Beast became timid and only wanted to escape, exposing its weakness. As long as they cooperated well, they could easily kill this guy. On the other side, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the mutant Ironback Thorn Beast into his storage ring. This was his spoils of war. This thing could be exchanged for a large number of contribution points. He came to the second floor of the ghost prison to find the blood pool and to get more contribution points. Now, he was basically done. A moment later, the battle over there was also over. But none of the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain dared to collect the spoils of war. Because Ling Xiao was here. Except for Cheng Feiying, almost all of them said bad things about Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. This Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the mutant Ironback Thorn Beast. This was enough to scare them to death. What, you guys don't want this? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. With senior brother Ling here, how would we dare to take the spoils of war? The pretty boy with the red mole between his eyebrows was so obedient that he looked like Ling Xiao's little grandson. Ha ha ha, that's the right attitude. But I didn't kill that ordinary Ironback Thorn Beast, so I won't take it. Miss Feiying, you guys hurry up and take the spoils of war and leave. I still have something to do, so I'll stay a bit longer. Ling Xiao smiled and pinched the pretty boy's cheek. Not only was the guy not angry, but he was also excitedly showing off to the other disciples. Did you see that? I said that senior brother Ling is magnanimous. See, senior brother Ling and I got to know each other through fighting. This guy was really thick-skinned. But Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to care about such trivial matters. He wasn't attacking him, he was just being sarcastic. He believed that these guys knew fear now. That was enough. Ling Xiao, I only want a bit of the shell of this iron blackthorn beast to make weapons. If you like the rest, you can have it. Anyway, if it weren't for you today, we probably wouldn't even be alive, let alone talk about spoils of war. At this time, Cheng Feiying walked over and said. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. After Cheng Feiying removed some of the shell, he threw the ordinary iron blackthorn beast into his storage ring. The reason why he wanted the iron blackthorn beast's body was, of course, to exchange it for contribution points. With enough contribution points, he can exchange for more thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade, as well as medicinal herbs and cultivation materials. In that way, his cultivation can naturally improve faster. This iron blackthorn beast's entire body was a treasure. He estimated that he could exchange it for a lot of contribution points. I say, Miss Akira, have you seen enough? I didn't say you couldn't see. Hiding in the dark is really boring. Ling Xiao put away the iron blackthorn beast and then looked behind a huge rock in the distance. Ordinary people can't sense that position with their internal force. Moreover, Akira's dodging skills are very good. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao has the Tai Chi Eye, which easily discovered Akira's existence. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Cheng Feiying and the others looked in that direction curiously. They really didn't feel anything at all. The admiration they had for Ling Xiao was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Hee hee, I didn't expect your eyes to be so sharp. You actually found me. Amidst the laughter, Akira swayed her body and walked out, followed by two followers who were slightly weaker than her. My eyes are naturally sharp. Not only can I see through that huge rock, but I also see what you're wearing today. Chapter 23:11. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and teased. That daffodil is pretty, but it doesn't match you. You should embroider a green foxtail, you always like to follow behind others. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Akira's face instantly turned red and she hurriedly turned around. After a long time, she returned to normal. She turned around and stared at Ling Xiao, a strange aura wrapped around her body. Just now, Akira led the disciples of Orange Fairy Mountain to carry out a mission on the second floor of Ghost Prison. Suddenly, she heard the sound of fighting here, so she came to check it out. She saw Ling Xiao fighting the mutated iron blackthorn beast and finally killing the monster on the spot. To be honest, Linga was shocked by the scene before her. Ling Gao's fighting image kept replaying in her mind. Like a flood, she couldn't get rid of it. Shock, confusion, dissatisfaction. She didn't know what she was feeling, but when she saw Ling Xiao, she felt a little helpless. Especially when she heard Ling Xiao's teasing words, she actually felt that she wasn't particularly angry. No, how can I like this lowly guy, not to mention, he killed my sister. Akira shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to get rid of Ling Xiao's heroic image from her soul realm. To be honest, she came to find Ling Xiao to fulfill her previous words and kill this guy on the spot. But now, not only did she not have any killing intent, but she also had a very strange feeling. Of course, the main reason was that she was no longer as confident as before. Ling Xiao could kill the mutated iron blackthorn beast with brute force, but she couldn't. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ling Xiao's current strength had probably surpassed her. Why don't I let Shanghai test this guy first? I always feel that this kid isn't easy to deal with. Akira thought of Shanghai, and her heart suddenly felt warm. Shanghai's figure instantly occupied her entire mind, chasing away Ling Xiao's figure. She believed that after Shanghai became a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain, he would definitely receive more support. His cultivation would definitely improve greatly in a short period of time. Almost every warrior who had been promoted to a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain had the same experience. When they had just advanced, they would make a breakthrough. This was because the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain were much more abundant than the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain. Moreover, there were stronger teachers to guide them. Most importantly, once he ascended to the 8 Immortals Mountain, he would get a chance to go to the Immortal Palace to pray. If they were lucky, they could obtain the impartation of the Immortals of the Immortal Court continent, which would greatly increase their strength. Even if his luck wasn't good, there would still be a significant improvement. Before coming to the 2nd floor of the ghost prison, Akira had heard that Shahai had received the recognition of a certain immortal from the Immortal Lyceum continent, and had been imparted with a secret technique and a pill. After that, he went into seclusion. He estimated that he would be able to come out in 2 days. He would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Even his own aptitude would increase. How could Ling Xiao compare to him? These thoughts only flashed through Akira's mind for an instant. She sneered, and her original panic quickly turned into calmness. Ling Xiao, what's the use of your bitter struggle? In the end, it's all for naught. Shahai won't let you off. He has already received the secret technique from the Immortal Lyceum continent. This time, when you leave the 2nd floor of the ghost prison, the end will come. Speaking up to here, Akira suddenly smiled sweetly and said, However, if you are willing to be my subject and become my man, I can plead with Shahai to spare your life. You like me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Only a ghost would like you, you arrogant bastard, Akira said furiously. It's good that you don't like me. I wouldn't want a woman like you even if you gave me a dozen for free. Since your Lord Shahai is so powerful, go back and find him. However, I still say the same thing. For his own good, don't come looking for me. Otherwise, I don't care if he is the disciple of an immortal or not, he will die. Ling Xiao sneered. You bastard! You think this young lady would like a guy like you? Don't daydream! You country bumpkin! Lowly wretch! Akira had never been as flustered as she was today. Usually, her performance was very calm. Let's go! In order to calm herself down as soon as possible, Akira could only leave in a hurry. Ling Xiao, I also heard that Shahai has received the guidance of an immortal. I'm afraid that his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. You were able to defeat him last time purely by luck. This time, you must be careful. Cheng Feiying walked over and reminded him. The one who should be careful is Shahai, not me. Miss Feiying, remember this, no one can defeat me after losing to me. This time, not only will I defeat him, but I will also completely destroy him, so that he will never have the chance to find trouble with me again. Ling Xiao had originally thought that after Shahai had profited from his misfortune, he would obediently cultivate and not provoke him again. However, that guy was obviously not so obedient. Last time, he had snatched the beast soul that he needed. This time, his cultivation had increased again. Perhaps he would want his life, right? He, Ling Xiao, was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He would eliminate Shahai no matter what. I believe in you. Cheng Feiying gave Ling Xiao a deep look and said, You guys go back first. I still have to go further in. Akira's words made Ling Xiao even more anxious to increase his strength. He said a few words to Cheng Feiying before heading deeper into the forest. A day later, Ling Xiao stepped out of the 2nd floor of the ghost prison. There was an imperceptible smug smile on his face, but he looked a little embarrassed. During this day, although he did not find the blood pool, he killed a Tyrant blood demon dragon in the 2nd floor of the ghost prison. This was a kind of monster beast with dragon bloodline. It was stronger than ordinary monster beasts, about the same strength as the mutated ironback thorn beast. Ling Xiao used his mystic world physique, sun god martial soul transformation, and intermediate lightning battle body to finally kill it. It took almost an entire day. After that, Ling Xiao used this guy's dragon blood to create a blood pool and cultivate it. Finally, the door to the 2nd floor of hell was 90% open. Just one more step and he would be able to fully open it. Although the breakthrough was not successful, Ling Xiao unexpectedly obtained another good thing. It was the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul. This martial soul was a dragon-type martial soul of the 2nd floor of hell. He directly embedded it into the Dragon God position of the 12 beast gods, adding another transformation to his 12 beast gods' martial soul transformation. Of course, this martial soul could be changed again. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he could change to a stronger one. At present, this dragon-type martial soul of the second floor of hell was the most suitable transformation martial soul for Ling Xiao. The sun god martial soul was too powerful. It also needed to divert a part of its power to prevent the martial soul from going berserk. This was too difficult for Ling Xiao. Chapter 23:12. In Ling Xiao's body, there was now a beast god ring more than any other cultivator. There were 12 positions on the beast god ring, and each position could embed a beast spirit. The closer it was to the user's cultivation, the more power it could unleash. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Spirit was just like this. In the future, he wouldn't have to expose his Sun God Martial Spirit transformation so easily. Perhaps no one knew about the 8 Immortal City, but it didn't mean that no one would know about it as he continued to walk out. After coming out of the ghost prison's second floor, Ling Xiao went directly to the Hall of Good and Evil to find someone to exchange for contribution points. Because Lin Haoyu wasn't here today, Ling Xiao went to find the deacon of the exchange office. It was just a small matter anyway, so there was no need to trouble Lin Haoyu. Oh, who was I? So it's Hero Ling, sorry for the disrespect. What does Hero Ling need? The deacon's attitude towards Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Lin Haoyu's. Ling Xiao frowned. He really didn't know how he offended this guy to make him speak so strangely. But this was just a small matter, so he couldn't be bothered to care. He said casually, I want to exchange for a beast spirit from the second floor of hell. Do you have it here? The deacon said with a smile. Hero needs a beast spirit. Of course we have it, but a beast spirit from the second floor of hell is not cheap. After the steel-armored ox martial spirit was bought by the sand race last time, the price of this thing rose to 2,000 contribution points. Although I really want to give it to Hero Ling, the sect has rules. Unless you can take out 2,000 contribution points, otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. 2,000 contribution points. How did it increase so much all of a sudden? Ling Xiao frowned. To him, 2,000 contribution points was definitely enough. He had 1,200 points left from last time, and with the things he hunted this time, it was definitely enough. But he really couldn't bear to part with it. However, contribution points were used. As long as he was strong enough, he could enter the higher floors of the ghost's prison and even take on stronger missions. That way, he would get more contribution points. He gritted his teeth and said, What martial spirits do you have? Let me see. Great Hero Ling, did you not hear what I just said? It requires 2,000 contribution points. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your strength, it's almost impossible to get 2,000 contribution points. The deacon sneered. I don't have 2,000 contribution points, but it shouldn't be a problem to look at the goods, right? Ling Xiao felt that this deacon seemed to be targeting him. This guy's strength was far inferior to Lin Ruoxian's. He was just a small deacon of the Hall of Reward and Kindness and Punish and Vice. How could he be so arrogant? I can't afford it even if I look at it. I might as well not look at it. The deacon didn't even move. Clearly, he knew that Ling Xiao couldn't produce anything. Can I buy it as long as I have enough contribution points? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Of course, I can't target you, Hero Ling. I've always been a person who treats everyone equally. The deacon said with a smile. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was targeting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. That deacon is from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao has a grudge with the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Even if he doesn't have a grudge, do you think he can produce 2,000 contribution points? What a joke! In the crowd, it was obvious that everyone didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the first level of hell. Even if he worked himself to death at the first level, he wouldn't be able to get many contribution points. Just exchanging for healing pills, there was not much left. Bang! Ling Xiao suddenly threw the huge ordinary iron-back thorn beast on the counter. He said coldly, "How many contribution points can this be exchanged for?" "Hey, that seems to be an iron-back thorn beast at the early stage of the first level of hell. If this thing's corpse was intact, it could be exchanged for 500 contribution points." There were many other disciples in the exchange office. When they saw this huge monster fall there, they were shocked and very surprised. The deacon was also surprised. "Where did you get this thing?" he asked in a questioning tone. "Someone gave it to me." "Can't I?" Ling Xiao looked at the deacon coldly and asked. "Hee, of course, of course." The deacon smiled while secretly criticizing Ling Xiao in his heart. How could this guy be so lucky that someone would give him such a valuable thing? However, since Ling Xiao brought it here, he had to help him exchange for it. At least he didn't dare to act recklessly in the open. He looked at the ironback thorn beast carefully and said, 100 contribution points. What? As soon as he said that, not to mention Ling Xiao, even the onlookers felt that it was too much. The ironback thorn beast was basically intact. Only a little of its shell was taken away. It was worth at least 400 to 500 contribution points, but this guy only offered 100. This was simply too black-hearted. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Ling Zhao's voice became cold. He really didn't like to cause trouble. However, if someone came looking for him, he would never back down. It was still the same saying. Kind people were bullied, kind horses were ridden. Wolves traveled 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs traveled 1,000 miles to eat shit. Of course, he wouldn't be a dog. What? Hero Ling wants to cause trouble in the Hall of Good and Evil? The deacon stood there casually, certain that Ling Xiao didn't dare to cause trouble. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to fight, he might not be his opponent. He was a martial artist at the peak of the second layer of hell. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist, he wasn't someone Ling Xiao could provoke. His voice was filled with sarcasm and ridicule, as well as a strong sense of provocation. 100 contribution points. Do you want to exchange or not? In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, there was only one exchange office for the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Other than here, Ling Xiao couldn't go anywhere else. This guy actually dared to act so brazenly. It was enough to see how many parasites there were in the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was probably about to completely rot. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't exchange. He could wait until Lin Haoyu came back. However, just as he was about to put away the item, a voice sounded. Such a huge ironback thorn beast, and it's extremely well preserved. It's estimated to be 600 contribution points. Who's talking nonsense? I'm the rules of the exchange office. I have the final say. The deacon heard this and immediately roared. However, when he turned around to look at the owner of the voice, he stuttered. Hall Master! Hall Master Lin! You still know that I, Lin Haoyu, am the Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil? Lin Haoyu said coldly. In the past, you used the Sand Race's protection to do whatever you wanted. I tolerated it since it was just a small matter. Chapter 23:13. Don't, Hall Master Lin, this subordinate was just confused for a moment. Besides, the origin of that ironback thorn beast is unknown, it's impossible for him to kill it with his strength. Maybe he stole it, how could I dare exchange it for him? That's why I did it on purpose to make him leave. The deacon rolled his eyes and actually began to slander Ling Xiao, aiming his spear at him. He can't kill this ironback thorn beast with his strength? Lin Haoyu sneered. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao, I've heard from Fei Ying about what happened on the second floor of the ghost prison. Don't you still have a variant ironback thorn beast corpse? Take it out and show it to this guy. Ling Xiao smiled, then touched his storage ring. When the corpse of the mutant ironback thorn beast was thrown out, it almost filled the entire exchange counter. Fortunately, this place was designed to be big enough, otherwise, it really wouldn't have fit. It really is a variant ironback thorn beast. I heard that this guy is much stronger than the ordinary ones, it should be at the 1-star second floor middle stage. Ha! This deacon is going to make a fool of himself. Ling Xiao can even kill a variant ironback thorn beast, the ordinary ones are nothing. Amidst the discussion of the crowd, the deacon of the exchange office trembled, as if he was standing in a world of ice and snow. Enough, you can leave. Our hall of good reward and evil doesn't need people like you. Lin Haoyu looked at the deacon coldly and said. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to drive this guy away, and today, Ling Xiao gave him a chance. Hall Master Lin, for the sake of my many years of hard work, please spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. The deacon actually knelt down in front of Lin Haoyu and cried out. Scram! Lin Haoyu roared in disgust. The deacon was frightened by his ferocious aura. He stood up and scrambled away. Ling Xiao, it's all because of you that I lost this job. Just you wait, I want you dead, I want you dead. After leaving the Hall of Virtue and Punishment, the deacon went straight to the sand race to search for the sand sea. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. At this time, Lin Haoyu personally calculated the valuation of the 2 ironback thorn beasts for him. Ordinary ironback thorn beasts cost 400 contribution points. Mutated ironback thorn beasts 600 contribution points. It added up to exactly 1,000. In addition to the remaining 1,200, he now had a total of 2,200 contribution points. Hall Master Lin, I heard from the deacon that you have a beast soul from the second hell? Ling Xiao asked anxiously after receiving the contribution points. Of course. Last time, you said you needed the beast soul of the steel-armored bull demon. I've already posted a mission. Someone happened to bring it back yesterday. It only costs 1,500 contribution points. Lin Haoyu replied. Didn't that guy say 2,000? That guy has been stuffing his own pockets for a long time. Relying on his relationship with the sand race, he is simply too daring. It is also thanks to you that I have the opportunity to drive him away. Otherwise, my external hall of reward the good and punish the evil will become a place for evil. Lin Haoyu sighed. Okay, give me the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Ling Xiao now needed to increase his combat strength. His beast god ring would increase his strength by 10% with each additional beast soul. Although it wasn't much, if all 12 were filled, it would more than double his strength. To him, this would make him even more powerful. Besides, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul emphasized terrifying combat strength. After transformation, it could fly and have wings, although it might not be as good as the wings he had in the past. But at this stage, it was definitely enough. The steel-armored bull demon was the embodiment of the ultimate defense. Its focus was different, and it could be used against different opponents. After trading with Lin Haoyu for the steel-armored bull demon beast soul, Ling Xiao went to exchange for some soul gems and some herbs. This time, he had really used up all his contribution points. However, if the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. As his strength continued to increase, it would become easier to obtain contribution points. He didn't feel that it was a pity. After leaving the Hall of Good and Evil and returning to his residence on Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao activated the array formation and concealed his aura. First, he took out the soul gems and gave them to the Yuan Venerate and Xindian. When the Yuan Venerate's soul flew out of Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Master, why do I feel that your soul is much stronger than before? It's not as weak as before. It's not an illusion. It's real. Soul gems are really good things. They're really useful for soul bodies like us. I'll have to trouble you to get more similar things in the future. The Yuan Venerate smiled. As long as my soul is strong enough, I'll be able to condense a physical body on my own. Me too, Xindian said excitedly. No one liked to remain in a soul state all the time. After all, one's soul might be blown away by a gust of cold wind. Furthermore, soul bodies had to rely on others. Just like how the Yuan Venerate had to rely on Ling Xiao, Xindian had to hide in the secret technique sword to ensure that his soul wouldn't be destroyed. This was really too pitiful. Don't worry. If there's a chance in the future, I'll find more and better things to strengthen your souls. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the healthier the Yuan Venerate and Xindian were, the more abundant his combat methods would be. The Yuan Venerate was one of his very powerful trump cards. It was so powerful that his enemies couldn't imagine it. Xindian was an effective means of replenishing his combat strength. Both of them were very useful. Of course, more importantly, the Yuan Venerate was his master, and Xindian was also his friend. Helping his master and friends was something that he should do. Alright, you guys enjoyed the soul gems. I should also integrate the steel-armored ox demon martial soul into the beast god ring. Ling Xiao smiled, sat down at the side, and started to integrate the steel-armored ox demon martial soul. Due to the special attributes of the Tyrant Sky martial soul, it could contain all martial souls. Furthermore, it could exert pressure on any martial souls so that these martial souls wouldn't dare to rebel. Therefore, the integration process was very short. Other people might take a day, but Ling Xiao only took slightly more than 10 minutes to succeed. Steel-armored ox demon transformation. Tyrant blood demonic dragon transformation. The common characteristic was that they were very cool and comfortable. There was no need to deliberately control anything and he could fight as he pleased. The difference was that the focus was different. This way, Ling Xiao could fight in different forms when he encountered different enemies. Next, I'll continue to integrate the Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. Of course, increasing his strength was still very important. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao could integrate more Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. There were still 24 pieces of Thunder Origin Jade left. He had already integrated 40 pieces previously. The integration process was very simple at first. However, when the number reached 45 pieces, it became difficult. Ling Xiao had to use his transformation to survive. Chapter 23:14. Ling Xiao did not forcefully continue fusing with the Thunder Origin Jade, but changed to fusing with the Lava Origin Jade. When he reached the intermediate physique of 15 pieces, he also encountered great difficulty. Ling Xiao knew that as his strength increased, he could fuse with more Origin Jades. He was not in a hurry. As long as he improved in all aspects, that was enough. On the surface, he did not break through, but in reality, he was much stronger than when he killed the mutated Iron Blackthorn beast on the second level of the Ghost Prison. Just as he was about to continue cultivating and fusing with the Origin Jades, an unusually fierce aura suddenly came from outside. Sha Hai! Ling Xiao was very familiar with this aura. It was Sha Hai. But he was clearly stronger than when he met him on the first level of the Ghost Prison. Ling Xiao! Hurry up and come out to die, or I will destroy your broken house. Sha Hai was very arrogant today, not giving any face to the Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned, thinking that this loser still dared to be so arrogant. So he temporarily stopped cultivating and opened the door. When he stepped out, he found Ho Rafeng and Feng Ru lying on the ground. Feng Ru had already fainted. Ho Rafeng kept spitting out blood as he glared at the sea of sand. It was certain that Sha Hai was the one who attacked. Ling Xiao was not familiar with Ho Rafeng, but he was his senior brother after all, so he did not make things difficult for him. And Feng Ru was his senior sister that he doted on dearly, but she was beaten to such a state. This made his eyes flash with a strong murderous intent. Since Sha Hai wanted to die, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. He looked at Sha Hai. This guy was indeed much stronger than before. Using Ling Xiao's Tai Chi to analyze, he was actually much stronger than the demon envoy whose soul had been devoured. And that was not all. There was a very beautiful lotus mark on Sha Hai's forehead. It was said that this was the immortal mark that only martial artists who were chosen by immortals could have. There was a powerful immortal power hidden inside. Once released, it could make a martial artist extremely powerful in a short period of time. The only thing that Ling Xiao was afraid of was this immortal mark. Although Sha Hai's strength was strong, it was not enough to make him afraid. As for the consequences of killing Desert Sea, Ling Xiao did not even consider them. If a man couldn't even protect his beloved senior sister, then he was no different from a dog. He knew that he could live a better life by enduring humiliation. Perhaps he could live a better life by sucking up to others like a lapdog. But he couldn't. He, Ling Xiao, was not the kind of person who would compromise. His martial path was tyrannical. Tyrannical martial arts. He had to personally remove all the obstacles on the path of martial arts, not endure humiliation, and even more so not yield. Did you injure them? Ling Xiao asked as he looked coldly at the sea of sand. In his eyes, Shanghai was already a dead man. He had to let the people of the Eight Immortals Mountain know that anyone who offended him, Ling Xiao, even if they were disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, even if they were from the 8 great clans, he would still kill them without hesitation. Starting from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Ling Xiao had come this far. When had he ever been afraid? That's right, I was the one who injured them. Those 2 pieces of trash actually dared to stop me from destroying your broken house. If I didn't hurt them, who would I hurt? Desert Sea said coldly. It's good that you admit it. Ling Xiao looked at Desert Sea indifferently and said, Tell me the reason why you're here today, and then you can wait to die. Ha ha ha, last time I lost to you on the first floor of the ghost prison, I admit that I'm not as good as you. But now, I've profited from a disaster. My cultivation has continuously improved, and I've also received guidance from an immortal. Compared to me, what do you have? Shanghai laughed maniacally. If it weren't for the guidance of an immortal, he might not have dared to come here today. After all, the previous incident made him somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. But now, with the immortal's mark, how could he be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Nonsense, what exactly do you want? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to listen to Desert Sea's arrogant nonsense. Don't you understand? Lord Desert Sea wants to fight you to the death in the arena of life and death, in front of everyone in the 8 Immortal Mountain. The one who spoke was the deacon of the exchange office of the Hall of Good and Evil. That's right, last time I asked you to fight in the arena of life and death, you refused. This time, do you still want to refuse? Our great hero Ling Xiao? Desert Sea revealed a mocking smile, as if he was trying to provoke him. You don't have to provoke me. In the end, you're just someone who lost to me. I won't be afraid of you in the arena of life and death. But if you want me to fight to the death with you for no reason, I don't have the time. I won't do something that doesn't benefit me. Ling Xiao actually wanted to agree directly. But since they were going to fight, he had to get some benefits. He couldn't let Desert Sea take advantage of him. I knew you would say that, but this kind of excuse is meaningless. I've already thought of the benefits. I heard that you like beast souls and soul-strengthening treasures. Coincidentally, I have a beast soul of the 3rd floor of hell and a mid-gold quality soul gem here. They're better than those you exchanged from the Hall of Good and Evil. If I lose to you, these things will naturally belong to you. If I win, you don't have to give me anything. Desert Sea sneered. I'd like to see what other reasons you have to refuse this arena of life and death. You're really considerate. Hearing Desert Sea's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. He had already planned to agree. Even if there weren't any benefits for Feng Ru and himself, he would make Desert Sea unable to use martial arts again. Therefore, this battle was necessary. Now that he had a better soul gem and a 3rd floor of Hellbeast soul, he was even more willing to fight. That's right, you coward. Last time, you used an excuse to not go. This time, I naturally won't give you a reason to refuse. Desert Sea said confidently. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, kneel down and kowtow to Lord Desert Sea. In the future, if you see Lord Desert Sea, make a detour. This time, it was Akira who spoke. It seemed that Desert Sea had come to Black Immortal Mountain because of Akira and the Deacon's instigation. In addition, Desert Sea wanted to avenge himself, so he came directly to Black Immortal Mountain. You don't dare to accept the challenge? Ling Xiao sneered. Since you all like the arena of life and death so much, I, Ling Xiao, will accept this challenge. You agree? To be honest, Desert Sea was a little surprised. Akira, Feng Ru, Ho Refeng, and the others were a little surprised. Because on the surface, the current desert sea was much stronger than Ling Xiao. I agree. Good kid, you've got guts. Then let's arrange for the arena of life and death in 3 days. I'll give you time to prepare. When Desert Sea heard Ling Xiao agree to the arena of life and death, he was obviously excited. Because he knew that his chance to avenge himself would soon come. 3 days, only 3 days. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't we go to the arena of life and death now? Chapter 23:15. 8 Immortal Mountain, Arena of Life and Death. This was an arena that was specially set up by the sect to resolve internal conflicts between disciples. In the arena of life and death, one's life and death were up to fate. There was no need to take responsibility. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Sha Hai each stood on one side of the arena of life and death, waiting for the audience to gather. When Ling Xiao said that he wanted to start the arena of life and death immediately, Sha Hai naturally agreed. He was also worried that there would be unforeseen events as time went on. Only by completely crushing Ling Xiao now would there be no accidents. His Immortal's Mark now had an absolute advantage, but if Ling Xiao also stepped into the 8 Immortal Mountain and obtained the Immortal's Mark, it would be troublesome. Although Sha Hai didn't know why Ling Xiao would make such a stupid decision, he was very happy. He wanted everyone to know that he was going to avenge his humiliation today, so his lackeys were spreading the news of the arena of life and death everywhere in the sect. This was the reason why there were so many spectators around the arena of life and death. The 8 mountain lords of the 8 Immortal Mountain had all arrived. The Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil, Lin Haoyu, had also arrived. Lin Ruoxian and the other deacons had arrived first. One could even see the figures of Sha Diao and Jian Lufeng in the crowd. These people were basically here to watch the show. Ever since the establishment of the 8 Immortal Mountain, there had been arena of life and death between the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, there had only been one time when the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain had won. That was when Ling Yan was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Now, Ling Xiao was also a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. He definitely didn't want to embarrass his good brother. Sha Hai, you're a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Why are you so obsessed with Ling Xiao of the Black Immortal Mountain? The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain was very unwilling to see such an arena of life and death. Because in such a battle, Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage. It wasn't fair at all. Even if Ling Xiao was lucky and won against Sha Hai, one had to know that in front of so many people, it was tantamount to giving the sand race a big slap. Would the sand race forgive Ling Xiao? Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, arena of life and death was extremely bad for Ling Xiao. It was normal for the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord to be unwilling. After so many years, he finally saw hope in Ling Xiao for the revival of the Black Immortal Mountain. If Ling Xiao were to die, it would be a huge loss for both him and the Black Immortal Mountain. The arena of life and death was a place where life and death did not matter. Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain, there's no need for you to say anything more. It was Ling Xiao himself who agreed to my challenge. Actually, if he didn't agree, this life and death battle wouldn't have been possible. He is the one who is courting death. Don't blame me. Sha Hai looked arrogantly at the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had greatly improved and he had obtained the Immortal's Mark, which meant that he might be fancied by the cultivators of the Immortal Court Continent in the future and be taken to the Immortal Court Continent to cultivate. That was the strongest continent in the profound world. Right now, he was extremely special in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Once a battle to the death was established, no one other than the sect leader had the right to stop it. Of course, one side could admit defeat as well. It was naturally impossible for Sha Hai to stop this life and death battle. To him, this was an excellent opportunity for him to wash away his previous humiliation. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I thought you were a calm person. Why are you so muddle-headed today? Are you a match for him? Entering this arena of life and death is the same as courting death. Hurry up and admit defeat. Perhaps it was because he was a little anxious, but the mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain's words were very strict and his tone was very heavy. He wanted Ling Xiao to give up on the life and death battle. Why? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Why have you become so stupid? You have to understand that in the arena of life and death, he can kill you without any qualms. No one will punish him if he kills you. However, you can't ignore the sand race behind him. Let's not talk about whether you are stronger than him. Just this relationship alone is extremely disadvantageous for you. You really shouldn't have participated in such an unfair arena of life and death. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain said anxiously. In the arena of life and death don't matter. If the sand race is afraid of their people dying, then let Shanghai admit defeat now. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I won't show any mercy. I've killed people stronger than him, people more arrogant than him, and I'm still alive and well. Ling Xiao looked at the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain indifferently and said, Mountain Lord, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am just a young and inexperienced child? I'm a samsara warrior. My experience is much richer than yours. These words instantly stunned the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. That's right. His cultivation was strong, but he wasn't a samsara warrior. Therefore, he didn't know what Ling Xiao had experienced. He also didn't understand that killing Shanghai was nothing to Ling Xiao. If he didn't even dare to kill Shanghai, then how could he think of challenging the Eternal Palace in the future? Ling Xiao, I'm begging you. Don't participate in this battle. It's meaningless. Are you confident that you can beat him? Feng Ru's face was already covered in tears. She grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and cried out. Ling Xiao gently patted her head and said, I still have a chance of winning, but it's only about 50%. Before the battle starts, no one can say for sure if I can win in the end. 50%? Did you calculate his immortal mark? Feng Ru said unhappily. No, because I don't know what an immortal mark is. I've never seen it before. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You're crazy. You don't even know what an immortal mark is, and you dare say you have a 50% chance of winning? Let me tell you, once the immortal mark is unsealed, Shanghai's strength will increase by at least 10 times. You're no match for him. Feng Ru helplessly said. Listen to senior sister. Don't continue this battle. You can't win. Senior sister, a man's words carry enormous weight. Now that so many people are watching, do you want me to be a coward? Ling Xiao chuckled and said. He has his trump card, and I also have mine. Senior sister, you don't know me, do you? Hearing this, Feng Ru suddenly froze. To be honest, she still didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. It was just that after this brat joined the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had done one amazing thing after another, which simply made people dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy was still hiding some terrifying trump card? Feng Ru didn't speak. At this time, the guards in charge of the life and death arena drove away the irrelevant people near the arena. Feng Ru was pushed to the side along with the crowd. At this time, there were thousands of disciples watching the battle near the life and death arena. Of course, most of them were disciples who came down from the 8 Immortal Mountain. They heard that Ling Xiao was going to have a life and death arena with Shanghai, a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was simply sensational news. One must know that the 8 Immortal Mountain was a place that represented mystery and strength. It was the true source and core of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 23:16. The Black Immortal Mountain Master could not persuade Ling Xiao, so he could only watch from the side. However, the sounds of ridicule by his ears did not stop. He, Black Immortal Mountain Master, your disciple has really improved. He even dares to challenge someone from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Do you think he can win? The one who asked this was the Purple Immortal Mountain Master. In the previous ghost prison trial, Ling Xiao was in the limelight, but he was a little embarrassed. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, but in the end, it was equivalent to slapping himself a few times. Therefore, he held a grudge against Ling Xiao. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity to ridicule someone, How could he give it up? The Black Immortal Mountain Master's heart was in a mess, but it was impossible for him to remain silent. He said coldly, "Indeed, Sha-Hai's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. He has also obtained the Immortal's mark. Whether it is cultivation or knowledge, he has improved a lot. There is no doubt about his strength. However, our Black Immortal Mountain's Ling Xiao is not to be trifled with. Don't forget that he has just killed the demon envoy of the Devil Shadow sect. Although the demon envoy suffered a backlash and his strength decreased, he still has the strength of a middle stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. It is the same as Sha-Hai's current strength. Therefore, in my opinion, this battle, at least for now, cannot be concluded so early." "Ha ha ha, Black Immortal Mountain Master, don't lie to yourself." The Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qi Lian, laughed loudly and said, "Who saw Ling Xiao kill the demon envoy? Anyway, no one from the 8 Immortal Mountains saw it. It was said that the live broadcast was interrupted at that time. Ling Xiao might have used some tricks. You should be more realistic. One is at the middle stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. The other is at the peak of the first transformation first level of hell. There is a big gap between them. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he can't win against Sha-Hai. Not to mention, Sha-Hai has the Immortal's mark." Qi Lian naturally looked down on Ling Xiao because she had secretly investigated recently, and found out that her daughter, Qi Yan'er, had been killed by Ling Xiao. Although it was just a one-sided statement, and there was no evidence, she still had a very strong hatred for Ling Xiao. If Sha-Hai could kill Ling Xiao, she would definitely celebrate with the others. "Not bad." At this time, Sand Eagle also came over and said, "Have you heard of anyone who can defeat a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain with a lower status?" Everyone fell silent. A moment later, a voice suddenly sounded. "Of course there is, but he's a taboo." The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain said coldly. Everyone present knew the person he was talking about. Naturally, it was Ling Yan, the former sect leader of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, he was the strongest sect master in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain. However, that person's name was not allowed to be mentioned. Thus, the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master only mentioned that person and did not mention his name. "Humph, Ling Xiao is not qualified to compare to that traitor." Sand Eagle snorted coldly. Although everyone said that Ling Yan was a traitor, Ling Yan's strength was completely recognized by the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. That was why Ling Yan was terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's surname is also Ling, it's definitely impossible for him to reach Ling Yan's level. That's the only exception. Other than that person, no one else has succeeded. Qi Lian also said. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master did not say anything because he knew that what everyone said was the truth. Although he had just refuted, in fact, those words could not even convince himself. How could Ling Xiao be a match for Sha-Hai? Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, you don't have to worry too much. Even if Ling Xiao can't defeat Sha-Hai, he might not die. Lin Haoyu suddenly sent a voice transmission to the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. I heard from Ruoxian that Ling Xiao did defeat that demon envoy with his own hands. Although he seemed to have used the power of some Dharma treasure, it can't be wrong. Moreover, 2 days ago, Ling Xiao even killed the mutated iron-back thorn beast on the second floor of the ghost prison. That mutated iron-back thorn beast's strength is comparable to Sha-Hai's. Although beasts and martial artists cannot be compared, Sha-Hai is definitely several times more powerful than that mutated iron-back thorn beast. However, Ling Xiao's survival is definitely not a problem. Is that true? The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master's worried expression relaxed a little. It can't be wrong. Lin Haoyu nodded. Hearing this, the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was not Ling Xiao being defeated, but Ling Xiao being killed. In fact, as long as Ling Xiao didn't die, it was enough for him. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, just play with that arrogant guy. Don't let him undo the immortal mark. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to survive. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master looked at the arena and prayed in his heart. Shahai, it's about time. Those who should be here are already here. For those who don't want to come, no matter how much you advertise, it's useless. Hurry up and end this battle. I still have to go back and cultivate. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out in the arena. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master instantly frowned. This kid, why is he deliberately provoking Shahai? Does he really want to die? On the other side, Cheng Feiying also appeared very nervous. Because today's life and death arena not only concerned Ling Xiao's life and death, but also her marriage. She had already signed a contract with Desert Cloud. If Ling Xiao didn't die, then she wouldn't have to marry Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud would take the initiative to renounce the engagement. But if Ling Xiao was killed by Shahai, then she would have to obediently marry Desert Cloud. From then on, she wouldn't be able to complain at all. To Cheng Feiying, her happiness in this life was actually all on Ling Xiao. But at this moment, she didn't know whether she was doing the right thing. She also didn't know why she was so impulsive. Was it right for her to bet everything on Ling Xiao? To put it bluntly, this battle is an act of insubordination. Ever since Ling Xiao defeated the demon Anva, he's been a little arrogant. He'll definitely fall in Shahai's hands. Such discussions occupied the majority of the audience. Ling Xiao listened to them and felt a little bored. In the past, he wouldn't have come to the life and death arena at all. He would have killed Shahai on the spot. Looking at Feng Ru and Bei Rafeng, who still hadn't recovered from their injuries, Ling Xiao had no sympathy or pity for Shahai. If this problem wasn't solved, there would be more problems. It was normal that people didn't think highly of him. His cultivation wasn't as good as Shahai's, and he didn't have something like the Immortal's mark. How could he win against Shahai? Even those who were protecting him would think so. After all, this kind of thing was too unreliable. Ling Xiao! Last time in the ghost prison, I was bewitched by the demons and did some bad things. But you took advantage of me and almost killed me. Today, I will use my own hands to wash away my shame. Chapter 23:17. Hee, your words sound better than a song. Unfortunately, no matter how many excuses you come up with, you won't be able to escape the fate of dying under my sword today. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, I once asked someone to pass a message to you. I told you that since you managed to survive with great difficulty, you should cherish your life. Don't come looking for death when you have nothing to do. It seems like he didn't pass on the message. Reckless fool, do you really think that this young master is still as weak as last time? Shahai was unable to restrain his anger as a violent force suddenly erupted. His aura instantly rose to an extremely high level. The aura of a first transitioned second layer of hell was extremely domineering in the life and death arena. Behind him, a terrifying sandstorm gradually formed. At this moment, Shahai was like a giant overlooking Ling Xiao in terms of aura, causing Ling Xiao to be unable to breathe. Yes, just based on aura alone, it's stronger than that mutated ironback thorn beast. Compared to the demon Anva, it's also stronger. Looks like there's going to be a tough battle ahead of us today. Ling Xiao felt Shahai's powerful aura. Not only did he not cower, but he also revealed an excited expression. To him, a powerful enemy was not a terrifying monster, but a stepping stone for him to increase his strength. Almost every time his cultivation increased, it would happen after a battle with a powerful martial artist. The current him was only a step away from advancing to the second layer of hell. The door to the second layer of hell was already 90% open. Perhaps if he defeated Shahai today, he could break through. I'll let you taste something new. Ling Xiao smiled strangely and said, Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul Transformation. This Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul was something Ling Xiao had just bought from Lin Haoyu. Back then, Shahai had used very despicable methods to prevent Ling Xiao from obtaining this item. Today, Ling Xiao would use this Steel Armored Ox Demon to defeat his opponent. Under the Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul Transformation, Ling Xiao's strength steadily increased to the first transition's second layer of hell, although there was still a small gap between him and Sha Hai. However, this gap could be completely closed in terms of technique. Up until now, no matter if his cultivation was stronger or weaker than his, there had never been anyone who had better control of martial arts and battle techniques than him. Therefore, facing Sha Hai, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. He didn't even plan to use his lightning battle body and lava battle body for the time being. He is indeed a beast warrior, but it seems to be different from his transformation in the underground city. Lin Haoyu's eyes were filled with joy. This brat, no wonder he was in such a hurry to obtain the steel-armored ox demon martial soul. So it's to increase with Sha Hai to increase in battle to increase battle strength. It seems like I have underestimated him. With his current strength, if Sha Hai doesn't use the Immortal's mark, I may not be able to defeat him. This battle will be very interesting. Hall Master Lin, the people from the audit department are here. To you. Of. The review department was a very special department of the Eight Immortals Mountain. They were responsible for reviewing whether or not the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain were qualified to participate in the promotion test. After all, there were too many disciples in the lower Eight Immortal Mountain. It would be very troublesome to choose based on cultivation. What the review department had to do was to do a detailed investigation of every disciple who participated in the assessment. In the end, they would confirm if these people were qualified to participate in the assessment. After all, people could die in the assessment. The Eight Immortal Mountain did not want some people to die because they were not strong enough. Are they here to check on Ling Xiao? Lin Haoyu looked at the mysterious people in the crowd and said, "It's very possible. Sha Hai is already a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. Other than Ling Xiao, there shouldn't be anyone else who needs to be assessed." The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master nodded and said, "I can see that today's battle is very important to Ling Xiao. It's true that it's important, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao will miss this great opportunity. Do you really think he can defeat Sha Hai?" A piercing voice came from the side. It was Qi Lian stirring up trouble again. Lin Haoyu and the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master did not speak. They were frowning. Even though Qi Lian's words were very harsh to the ear, they had to admit that those words really made sense. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation and strength, it was really too difficult for him to defeat Sha Hai. It was already very good that he could keep his life. At this moment, the battle on the field had already begun. The first to attack was Sha Hai. Right now, he was very eager to defeat Ling Xiao and turn Ling Xiao into a corpse. Only then would he be able to walk out of the shadows of the past. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao had already become his inner demon. Sand Race's secret technique, Sandstorm Tornado. As soon as he came up, Sha Hai used his ultimate move. At least on the first level of the Ghost Prison, this was Sha Hai's strongest move. As for whether it was still the same now, it was hard to say. However, looking at the power of this move, it was really more than 10 times stronger than before. How was Ling Xiao? Could he block it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. However, they saw Ling Xiao standing there motionlessly as if he was a statue. The terrifying sandstorm tornado instantly devoured his body. Could it be that that guy couldn't control his new power, and something happened to him? Lin Haoyu stood up anxiously. Humph, it's good that he died. People who overestimate themselves are always in such a hurry to die. Qi Lian grunted coldly and took pleasure in his misfortune as he spoke. Who told you that he would die? Mountain Master Qi Lian, open your dog eyes and take a look. This cold voice came from the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. His words were not pleasant to hear. That was because Qi Lian's repeated mockery and provocation had already angered this low-profile Mountain Master. Although Qi Lian was angry, he still looked at the arena. After the sandstorm tornado, Ling Xiao was still standing there. His majestic body was like a bull demon cast in steel armor. He held a huge sharp sword in his hand and stared coldly at Sha Hai opposite him. He's actually unscathed? Qi Lian's expression was gloomy and shocked. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to block Sha Hai's terrifying attack. In fact, she was not the only one. The others were also shocked. Shanghai's attack was more than 10 times stronger than before. However, it did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. That was simply unbelievable. That move would have sucked away all the qi and blood of an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the first level of hell and turned him into a mummy. This guy does seem to have some skills. Who knows, maybe he really killed the demon envoy himself, and not the rumors that he was killed by a sand eagle. The mountain master of Green Immortal Mountain said. Humph, you're speaking too early. Don't forget that Shanghai's current cultivation is no longer the same as before. Moreover, his strongest move is no longer that move. Ling Xiao's outcome can't be any different. He can only die. He asked for it. He can't blame anyone else. Shanghai sneered. Do you really think that a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain can defeat my useless brother? Chapter 23:18. In the arena, Shanghai looked at Ling Xiao coldly. There was a hint of anger between his brows. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but Ling Xiao just wouldn't die. How could he not be angry? You're not happy that you didn't kill me? What a pity! Your move is too weak. If you don't have a stronger move, you won't be able to kill me today. Ling Xiao looked at Shanghai indifferently. As he spoke, Ling Xiao was truly ecstatic in his heart. This steel-armored ox demon martial soul was really too suitable for him now. After the transformation, his entire defense had skyrocketed. He believed that even if he stood here and let Shanghai hit him, Shanghai wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on his body. This defense could be said to be extremely abnormal. It seemed that the more suitable the martial soul was, the more powerful the combat strength it could unleash. Although the Sun God martial soul transformation from before was not bad, it was unfortunately not suitable for his current cultivation, so he couldn't unleash its true power at all. It was the same for the ancient Hell Dragon Soul, Nature Dragon Soul, and 5 Elements Dragon Soul. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he really couldn't fully control them. Forcefully using them was like using a divine weapon to cut vegetables. It was actually not as good as using an ordinary kitchen knife. He didn't know before, but now that he really tried it, he knew how good it was. Shanghai's attack was so powerful. To be honest, he was really sweating for himself just now. But reality proved that his steel-armored ox demon martial soul transformation was even stronger. Again! Shanghai was a little emotional. His body actually began to merge with the violent sandstorm. A huge sandman formed on the arena. The place where the sandman stood instantly turned into lifeless quicksand. Even the array on the arena was turned into quicksand by this terrifying effect. Ling Xiao, you're really lucky to be able to taste my strongest move. You should be proud to be able to die under this move. These words were naturally not bragging. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that when Shanghai used this move, his aura had more than doubled. The huge sandman waved its sky-covering hand and slapped towards Ling Xiao. As long as that hand touched him, Ling Xiao would probably turn into sand just like the arena. What a terrifying move. Sandrace's secret technique, Sandman! The terrifying aura, coupled with the frightening effect, caused the spectators near the ring to move away. No one wanted to be touched by any of those grains of sand, because once touched, they might be smashed to pieces and turned into quicksand. Just the thought of such a fate was miserable. Shanghai deserves to be called a genius of the sand race. He's too strong. Can that Ling Xiao block it? I don't believe it. I'm afraid he's dead for sure this time. There's no chance at all. That might not be the case. Haven't you noticed? Ling Xiao hasn't made a move yet. Some people thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Some people thought that Ling Xiao hadn't made a move yet and was just purely defending. Therefore, the battle wasn't over yet. Your move is not bad. Let me make my move. The steel-armored ox demon pointed the huge sword in its hands at Shanghai and the huge sandman. Then, a terrifying sword chi instantly pierced through the void. The surrounding sand was instantly cleared by the sword chi. A terrifying sword will brood on the heavy sword and soar to an extremely high level in an instant. State of the transformative fall. Using the steel-armored ox demon's transformation, it was the first move of the meteor sword technique. The power of this move was even more terrifying than before. The moment the sword beams touched the Sandmen collapsed and fell to the ground. As for Sansi, he revealed his true form and was astonished in the huge pile of sand. Don't be so surprised. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Although your move is powerful, it's too slow. Moreover, it's perfectly countered by the effect of my move. Ling Xiao looked at Sha Hai indifferently. It sounded like an explanation, but it was full of confidence and dominance. What's going on? Sha Hai's attack was easily neutralized by Ling Xiao again. This is too unbelievable. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? That was the same question in everyone's mind. If Ling Xiao was unharmed by Sha Hai's attack the first time, it could be explained that Sha Hai underestimated him and did not use his full strength. But this time? Not only did Ling Xiao block Sha Hai's attack, but he also did it with ease. Was this still underestimating him? They were really confused. As for those who looked down on Ling Xiao, their faces were a little awkward. Especially Qi Lian, the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain, and that sand eagle. They were all eager to see Ling Xiao killed by Sha Hai. However, Ling Xiao did not let them have their wish. Instead, he neutralized Sha Hai's seemingly powerful attacks time and time again. It seems that even Mountain Master Qi Lian can be wrong sometimes. The Mountain Master of Black Fairy Mountain mocked coldly. And Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, your judgment seems to be getting worse. Humph, the battle isn't over yet. You should know best how strong Ling Xiao is. Don't forget that Sha Hai has an Immortal's mark now, not the Sandrace's mark from before. Qi Lian snorted coldly. Of course, he was not convinced. After all, the battle wasn't over yet. Below the battlefield, Lin Ruoxian and Chen Feiying looked at Ling Xiao with a special look in their eyes. Especially Chen Feiying. She had bet her entire life's happiness on Ling Xiao. She was both shocked and happy at Ling Xiao's outstanding performance. Chen Feiying, don't be too happy too early. Lord Sha Hai's Immortal's mark hasn't been activated yet. Desert Cloud reminded her. He was the most indignant. If Sha Hai couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would really have to give up on Chen Feiying. This was something he was extremely unwilling to do. It was as if she was responding to him. In the arena, the mark between Sha Hai's brows finally shone brightly. It was a green light that seemed to be ascending. Sha Hai's cold voice sounded again. Ling Xiao, I didn't want to use the Immortal's mark at first. But you forced me to do all this. Retreat. Lin Haoyu suddenly stood up and shouted. Everyone, retreat. It's best if you're 1 kilometer away. Use your strongest defensive martial arts to defend. Many people didn't know what was going on, but they did as they were told. However, some people were a little foolish and bold. They listened to Lin Haoyu's words and smiled, not caring at all. But in the next moment, terrifying lightning struck within 1 kilometer of Sha Hai. It was so dense that there were at least 1,000 of them. Those who didn't escape were killed on the spot. Sigh, I was careless. When the Immortal's mark is activated, it will summon the immortal thunder of the Immortal Court. Lin Haoyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the dozens of people who were killed. Fortunately, most of them had already escaped. Wait, Ling Xiao can't be killed too, right? Chapter 23:19. This immortal lightning is so powerful. Will Ling Xiao be killed by it? Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu hurriedly turned his head to look at the arena. However, what he saw gave him a fright. At this moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was flickering with lightning. Not only did the lightning not kill him, but it was also controlled by him. Is this the immortal lightning of the Immortal Court continent? As expected, I can't absorb it, but I can still use it. Ling Xiao held dozens of immortal lightning bolts in his hand with a mocking look on his face. This terrifying weapon was not his own, but a gift from Sha Hai. You really surprised me by being able to withstand the immortal lightning of the immortal court continent. However, this is just the beginning. After I activate the immortal mark, you will definitely be no match for me. Shanghai still looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Although he was a little surprised that the immortal lightning could not kill Ling Xiao, it was nothing to him. The moment the immortal mark was activated, he seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. At this moment, Lin Haoyu did not have time to be surprised by Ling Xiao's strength. After Shanghai released the immortal's mark, the aura he released made everyone present feel like prostrating themselves before him. Although this was not Shanghai's power, but from the immortal mark, it could definitely affect Ling Xiao in a battle. Ling Xiao, admit defeat immediately. You have lost this battle. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord quickly stood up and shouted. He could not watch Ling Xiao die for nothing. The terrifying energy released by the activation of the immortal mark was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Admit defeat? Black Immortal Mountain Lord, this is the arena of life and death. There is only life and death, no victory or defeat. Shanghai looked at the Black Immortal Mountain Lord coldly and said, Today, either he dies or I die. Don't tell me you don't know the special nature of the arena of life and death? Of course I know, but I hope you can be lenient. Seeing that Ling Xiao has just entered the Eight Immortals Mountain and doesn't know the rules, please spare his life. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had humbly requested for the sake of Ling Xiao's survival. That's fine. However, you must have him kneel and beg me for forgiveness in front of everyone. The corners of Shanghai's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he spoke indifferently. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was speechless. He knew that this was absolutely impossible. With Ling Xiao's character, how could he kneel and beg for mercy in front of so many people? Although he didn't know Ling Xiao very well. However, he also knew that Ling Xiao was a guy who did not fear death. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Lord Sanxi, kill him! Kill that arrogant and ignorant brat! Avenge my sister! In the crowd, Akira suddenly became excited. Previously, Ling Xiao had easily neutralized Shanghai's attack. She was still a little unhappy. Now that she saw Shanghai release the Immortal's mark, she instantly became extremely excited. This was because she knew that once the Immortal's mark was activated, Ling Xiao would die. He, Cheng Feiying, it looks like you're about to wake up from your beautiful dream. Just wait to obediently marry me. Desert Cloud also looked at Cheng Feiying, who had a bet with him, with a sneer. He was extremely pleased with himself. It's not over yet. Cheng Feiying gritted her teeth, feeling extremely nervous. At this point, she really didn't know if she should still have hope. However, she really didn't want to marry Desert Cloud. She really hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Can't we forcefully stop the duel from continuing? Lin Ruoxian also asked anxiously. No, the rules of the life and death arena have been in place since the establishment of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Other than the sect master, no one can stop it. Otherwise, it will be a serious crime. Lin Haoyu shook his head. I don't care about the rules. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I will definitely step in. Lin Ruoxian gritted her teeth. Unknowingly, her expectations for Ling Xiao and her feelings for Ling Xiao had deepened by a lot. She could actually disregard the rules of the sect for Ling Xiao. You should know that breaking such rules will result in your cultivation being crippled and expelled from the sect. Lin Haoyu reminded her. I don't care. As long as Ling Xiao can survive, so what if I'm expelled from the sect? Lin Ruoxian had clearly steeled her heart. Lin Haoyu sighed. Youngsters these days were really stubborn. He looked back at the life and death arena, hoping that Ling Xiao could find a way to dissolve the Immortal's mark. The Immortal's mark? It's really powerful, but it's a pity that I chose a fool like you who doesn't understand the true benefits of the Immortal's mark. It's such a waste. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Immortal's mark was not used for fighting, but to assist in cultivation. A martial artist with an Immortal's imprint could learn and master any martial skill much faster than before. Their cultivation would also improve faster. Once the Immortal's mark was activated in battle, it would be a waste of immortal power. In order to defeat him, Sha-Hai really felt like he had lost a watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. To be honest, the immortal's mark that was released was indeed very powerful. Ling Xiao could feel the ferocious energy pressuring him. However, this force did not belong to Sha-Hai, so he did not need to fight it head-on. You still have time to talk, but you won't have the chance to do so later. Sha-Hai's cold laughter sounded across the arena. Immortal power, Sandman! It was the same terrifying Sandman from before, but this time, the Sandman was integrated with terrifying immortal power. The Sandman, which was already very terrifying, became even more terrifying at this time. The moment the Sandman was formed, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds shook. The huge Sandman was dozens of meters tall, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Sha-Hai, who was at the core of the Sandman, actually fainted. Because he could not withstand such terrifying power, he gave himself to the control of the immortal power. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, he was willing to become a puppet of the immortal power. Not good, Sha-Hai is out of control. Lin Haoyu stood up and looked at the life and death arena in surprise. Quickly stop the battle. If this continues, both of them will die. Moreover, this terrifying Sandman will destroy the entire lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Hall Master Lin, aren't you making a fuss over nothing? It's just that my good-for-nothing brother is a little stronger. Don't worry, when Ling Xiao dies, the Sandman will naturally disappear. Sha Diao stopped Lin Haoyu. At this time, he could not let Lin Haoyu stop his brother, even if he knew that his brother had indeed lost control. He also wanted to see Ling Xiao killed before making a move. But not now. That's right, Hall Master Lin. The 8 mountain masters of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain are all here, plus you, the outer Hall Master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil. Can't you stop a mere Sandman? Qi Lian also sneered. She did not care whether they could stop the immortal power Sandman or not. Anyway, as long as Ling Xiao was killed, she would be happy. Chapter 23:20. You people will definitely regret it. If you don't stop him now, he won't be able to live when you can't stop him anymore. Do you know how terrifying immortal power is? His body won't be able to take it, and he will lose all his functions. Lin Haoyu had experienced the same thing, which was why he was so anxious. However, it seemed that apart from the Black Immortal Mountain Lord and Lin Ruoxian, most people were unwilling to help him. After all, stopping an ongoing life and death duel was a major violation of the sect rules. A life and death duel is indeed cruel. Ling Xiao is most likely doomed this time. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord sighed and stood up. As a last resort, he could only break the sect rules and save Ling Xiao. It wasn't easy for him to find such an unpolished gem. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be crippled just like that. Lin Ruoxian also gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, and paid close attention to the battle in the life and death arena. Once Ling Xiao was in danger, even if she risked being expelled from the sect, she had to help. She couldn't just watch Ling Xiao be killed. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Cheng Feiying all watched this scene nervously. They were helpless against such an attack and could only pray that Ling Xiao wouldn't be killed. Sand Eagle, Desert Cloud, Akira, Qi Lian, and the others were laughing coldly and gloating. Even a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation's second level of hell wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. The arena was only so big and was surrounded by restrictions. It would only open when one person died in the arena. Ling Zhao's movement technique was also restricted. He couldn't escape and could only take it head-on. And the result of taking it head-on was definitely death. What was Ling Xiao doing? Everyone was attracted by the powerful immortal energy Sandman in the Sea of Sand and neglected Ling Xiao. Now that they suddenly remembered, they all went to look for Ling Xiao. Is he scared out of his wits? Why is he still standing there? Everyone realized that Ling Xiao was still standing in his previous position, motionless, as if he had been scared silly. Only the heavy sword in his hand continued to accumulate terrifying power as he pointed it at the Sea of Sand. The next moment, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His figure turned into a stream of light as he executed the moonlight meteor steps and rapidly charged towards the terrifying Sandman. Is he stupid? You're simply courting death by crashing into the Sandman. Lunatic! At this moment, two figures rushed towards the arena of life and death. One was the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain, while the other was Lin Ruoxian. They all felt that Ling Xiao was in danger, so they all rushed out at the same time in an attempt to rescue Ling Xiao. However, when they arrived near the arena, they were stopped by Qi Lian and Sha Diao. The duel of life and death cannot be interrupted by you. Qi Lian and Sha Diao couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die. How could they allow Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and Lin Ruoxian to save him? This momentary obstruction caused them to lose the best chance to rescue Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in the huge Sandman. Ling Xiao! Feng Ru covered her mouth with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain. Boss! Lin Yang clenched his fists tightly, his breathing becoming rapid. No, no! I don't want him to die! Cheng Feiying's body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with tears. Sha Diao, I want you dead! Lin Ruoxian's eyes suddenly turned red, and her attacks became extremely ruthless. She almost directly dislocated one of Sha Diao's arms. Even so, a deep wound appeared on Sha Diao's shoulder, so deep that the bone could be seen. After defeating Sha Diao, Lin Ruoxian rushed towards the arena of life and death. However, she was stopped by Lin Haoyu. Ruoxian, there's no chance. There's no chance. Lin Haoyu sighed and said, We've all seen the power of that Sandman just now, and that was just an ordinary Sandman. This time, the Sandman is Immortal Power Sandman. Its terrifying power can already change the color of heaven and earth, and make the sun and moon dim. If you rush in, you'll also die. I know. But... Lin Ruoxian felt her heart ache. This was the first time her heart ached for a man. She didn't know what it felt like. However, this scene made Sha Diao's expression become abnormally sinister and ferocious. Bitch, you're mine in the end. If I can't get your heart, I'll play with you until you die. Desert Cloud was almost as angry as Sha Diao. Seeing Cheng Feiying in such pain because of Ling Xiao's death, Desert Cloud was extremely jealous. Damn Ling Xiao. Fortunately, you died early. Otherwise, I would have killed you with my own hands. Just as some people were mourning and some were rejoicing in Sha Diao's misfortune, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in the arena. The explosion came from the Sandman's body. Accompanying the roar was a person's voice. Meteor Sword Art's third move, Star Explosion! This was the first time Ling Xiao used the third move of Meteor Sword Art. Although this move was only at the initial level, its power was more terrifying than the previous two moves. The stars exploded, and heaven and earth changed color. Ling Xiao walked out of the sky full of sand and dust. The steel-armored ox demon transformation on his body was damaged, but he was safe and sound. The Sandman collapsed. Sha Diao fell to the ground. Because his body couldn't withstand the immense power of immortal power, it became tattered. From now on, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. In the Black Tortoise continent, there was no expert who could expel immortal power. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling just now. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao wrapped his steel-armored ox demon transformation with dozens of immortal thunderbolts. Then, he used Meteor Sword Art to rush out. The immortal power Sandman was indeed terrifying. Its powerful corrosive power was constantly trying to devour him. However, the dozens of immortal thunderbolts helped him a lot. It allowed him to safely use a terrifying sword move. If this sword move was used to deal with the Sandman, it naturally wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was used to deal with Sha Diao who was wrapped in the Sandman, then it wouldn't be a problem. Sha Diao was blasted out, and the Sandman naturally collapsed. Although it was dangerous for him to win this battle, it was definitely not a problem. This sudden reversal of the plot came a little too suddenly. So much so that many people's expressions still hadn't changed. Those who were mocking and gloating still had the same expression. And those who were mourning also had a mournful expression. Ling Xiao glanced at them. who was really good to him, who cared about him, who had always treated him as an enemy and secretly tried to deal with him. This time, he defeated Sha Dia in the life and death arena under the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Probably no one would dare to say that he had an unfair advantage. In the last battle on the first floor of the ghost prison, many people said that Sha Diao had underestimated his opponent. But this time, Sha Diao had already used his most powerful move, and even used the immortal mark, but he was still defeated by him head-on. What else could those who mocked him say? Looking at Sha Diao, who had fainted beside him, Ling Xiao lifted him up and looked coldly at Sha Diao. You just said that this is a life and death battle, and one person must die in battle to stop, right? Chapter 23-21. I did say that. So what? You're just a lowly peasant. Do you dare to kill my brother? Sha Diao snorted coldly. Everyone heard it. If Sha Hai dies, it's Sha Diao's fault. He's probably jealous that his brother got the Immortal's mark, so he deliberately stopped Hall Master Lin from stopping the duel. Now that Sha Hai is in this state, there's no difference whether he's dead or alive. It's all your fault, Ling Xiao said loudly. Nonsense. How could I harm my brother? Sha Diao defended himself. You didn't get the Immortal's mark, but he did. You're jealous of him and afraid that he'll surpass you, so you want to harm him. Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head, making Sha Diao unable to refute. In fact, many people saw that Sha Diao had indeed stopped Lin Haoyu. He even stopped Lin Ruixian. When Ling Xiao questioned Sha Diao, many people recovered from the shock. What happened just now? Ling Xiao actually defeated the immortal power Sandman head-on? I'm not sure. From what those experts said, it seems that young Master Sha Hai couldn't control the powerful immortal power, so it caused the power to explode. He killed himself and benefited Ling Xiao. Damn, what kind of luck does that kid have? He didn't die? He even won? Those who didn't have good eyesight could only see the surface. The truly powerful ones were the 8 mountain masters of the 8 immortal mountain, and Lin Haoyu. But they could see it. That sword was very terrifying. Ordinary martial artists at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first transformation and the middle stage of the Hell realm can't block it. That's not a sword technique of the 8 immortal mountain. I wonder where he got it from. If it's just a sword technique, it's not enough. He actually cultivated the intermediate lightning battle body. That's what surprised me the most. Using the intermediate lightning battle body to control the immortal thunder and turn it into his armor. This method of using it is unheard of. He's a genius. Don't forget, there is still that steel-armored bull demon martial soul transformation with abnormal defense. This fellow is a beast warrior, there should be no mistake. To be able to use so many kinds of techniques together, I'm afraid that this kid's past isn't ordinary. I wonder if he can match up to that absolute genius from the White Tiger continent? At this moment, the 8 mountain masters, Lin Haoyu, and even Qi Lian and the Purple Fairy Mountain's mountain master looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with surprise and greed. Such a genius youth, no matter who roped him in, would definitely be a huge help. I really want to know about his past. This brat is too mysterious. And I keep having the feeling that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Now that the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master thought about how he had actually planned to save him, he felt that it was somewhat laughable. Ling Xiao didn't seem to need him to worry at all. This kid was ridiculously strong. Impossible! This was absolutely impossible! Why was he safe and sound? Why? Why is the man I admire defeated by him? Akira, who had been gloating and excited just a moment ago, seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. She kept scratching her hand, and her arm was already bleeding. Sha Hai's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the first transformation's second level of hell, and he had also obtained the Immortal's mark. Akira thought that she could seize the opportunity to climb up the tree and follow Sha Hai to the top. But now, the cruel reality was that the man she had placed her hopes on was like a dried corpse in Ling Zhao's hands, not moving at all. On the contrary, Feng Ru, Cheng Feiying, Lin Ruoxian, and Lin Yang, who had been incomparably sorrowful just now, were now overjoyed. Cheng Feiying's body was still trembling. But this time, it was excitement, not pain. See, Desert Cloud? Your master has already lost to him for the second time. What else do you have to say? Cheng Feiying turned her head to look at Desert Cloud excitedly and said. Desert Cloud's face was ashen, and he turned his head away. He couldn't stay here any longer. Even if he stayed for one more minute, he would feel extremely embarrassed. Shanghai had actually lost despite having such a huge advantage. Ling Xiao had actually turned the tables with a single sword strike. This sounded like a fantasy story, but he had seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, Desert Cloud was not thinking about Cheng Feiying, but that Ling Xiao must die. With his current strength, he could still suppress Ling Xiao. But with Ling Xiao's terrifying aptitude, if he was allowed to continue developing, he was afraid that he would have no chance at all. This was a genius, a peerless genius. So he turned to leave. He wanted to escape, but at the same time, he wanted to find a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao! The Black Fairy Mountain Lord, Lin Ruoxian, Feng Ru, and Lin Yang all rushed toward Ling Xiao. This battle was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao's performance was really too heaven-defying. But now, they still had to deal with the rest. Give Shanghai to Shanghai. He's just a cripple anyway. The Black Fairy Mountain Lord's words were, of course, for Ling Xiao's sake. To a large extent, Shanghai's current state was due to the backlash of immortal power. Ling Xiao couldn't be blamed. However, if Ling Xiao were to kill Shanghai now, the Sand Race would definitely do everything in their power to kill Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to him. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao turned Shanghai's body into charred ashes on the spot. This was because he knew very well that even if he didn't kill Shanghai, the Sand Race still wouldn't let him go. The result would be the same if he killed Shanghai, but he felt even better. So why didn't he kill him? Today, so many people are here. I, Ling Xiao, will say something. In the future, those who want to challenge me to the arena of life and death must think carefully. If you fight with me, only death awaits you. I don't care who you are or how powerful your background is. It's useless. He wanted to kill Shanghai as an example to others. He wanted everyone to know that if they fought with him, Ling Xiao, in the arena of life and death, they would have to pay with their lives. Otherwise, if everyone invited him to an arena of life and death in the future, he would be exhausted to death. Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. Shanghai glared at Ling Xiao and said fiercely. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself? Wasn't it you who instigated Shanghai to become like this? As an older brother, you really can't bear to see your younger brother doing well. Ling Xiao said mockingly. Moreover, I killed him. That was within the scope of the rules. Could it be that the Sand Race wants to leave the 8 Immortal Mountain? You have a sharp tongue. You'll suffer in the future. Shanghai snorted coldly and turned to leave. In front of so many people, he didn't dare to make a move. Just as Ling Xiao said, the rules of the arena of life and death were set by the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if Ling Xiao killed Shanghai, it would be in vain. According to the rules, it was impossible to punish Ling Xiao. Therefore, the Sand Race could only think of a way secretly. Sai, your personality is much more extreme than Ling Yan's. After returning to the Black Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master sighed. Chapter 23-22. What happened in the end? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. In the end, Ling Yan was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He went from being the strongest sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain to a traitor that everyone despises. Repay evil with good. How do you repay good? You can't be merciful to your enemies. This is what my personal experience tells me. If the enemy is ruthless, then you have to be 10 times more ruthless. Don't be afraid of him, and avoid him because he's ruthless. That will only make him more arrogant. His words had stunned the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master. Perhaps you're right. All right, you should rest well. If there's anything, just inform me. During this period of time, I won't leave Black Immortal Mountain. I reckon that the Sand Race will send people here to cause trouble." After speaking, the Black Immortal Mountain Master turned and left. As he walked, he was still mulling over Ling Xiao's words. At the same time, the news of Ling Xiao defeating Sha Hai, who had just obtained an Immortal's Mark, in the arena of life and death had spread rapidly throughout 8 Immortal Mountain. After all, Sha Hai was a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, and a disciple with an Immortal's Mark. Therefore, the news spread far and wide. This time, Ling Xiao had probably become a popular figure in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many people would probably have their eyes on him. In the entire lower 8 Immortal Mountain, his reputation had surpassed Cheng Feiying and Akira, and was catching up to Desert Cloud. Even if he wanted to hide something like this, it was not realistic. Ling Xiao knew very well that as a tyrant, he would eventually have to make a name for himself. Therefore, he was not afraid of others watching him. It was just that he would not deliberately make it public. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Feng Ru left, Ling Xiao calmed down and cultivated. Although he knew that he might be facing huge trouble in the future, he had killed Sha Hai in front of so many people. No matter what, the Sand Race would not let him go. Fortunately, it was the arena of life and death, and he did not break the rules. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by now. Strength! 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 Ling Xiao's desire for strength was even more urgent. Killing Sha Hai did not make Ling Xiao feel at ease. After all, Sha Hai was just a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, this promotion was more or less related to his identity. Desert Cloud was stronger than Desert Sea, so he did not have the qualifications. Next, he might have to face the Desert Cloud, the Sand Eagle, or even stronger enemies. Unless his strength could surpass anyone in the 8 Immortals Mountain, it would be possible for him to be completely safe in the 8 Immortals County. After calming down, Ling Xiao took out the Thunder Essence Jade and continued to fuse with it. Last time, he had fused 45 pieces. It was already very difficult for him to do so, and he had to enter the martial soul transformation state. So this time, he directly transformed into the Armored Ox Demon. Its powerful defense and sudden increase in strength made it much easier to fuse with the next Lightning Elemental Jade. 46 pieces. 47 yuan. 48 pieces. 50 yuan. After attaining the intermediate Lightning Combat Body, he had integrated 20 pieces of Lightning Elemental Jade. However, nothing too special happened. He just felt that the power of thunder and lightning had become stronger. He estimated that if he wanted to break through to the advanced Lightning Combat Body, 50 pieces of Lightning Elemental Jade would not be enough. He would need more. However, at this time, even in the Armored Ox Demon transformation state, he felt a little uncomfortable. So he changed and began to fuse with the Lava Elemental Jade. After fusing 20 pieces of Lava Elemental Jade, there was a very difficult obstacle. Not only did his body seem to be resisting this force, but it also felt extremely painful. However, this was not Ling Xiao's limit. After attaining the intermediate Lightning Combat Body, although he felt uncomfortable, he could still fuse with 20 pieces of Elemental Jade. However, just as he was about to continue fusing, Feng Ru ran in happily from outside. It seemed that something good had happened. It's good to rest. One tension, one relaxation. It's the way of civil and martial arts. Although Ling Xiao knew that he needed to urgently improve his strength, he would not joke about his life. The next fusion might be very difficult. He had to be fully prepared. Let his body reach its best state. What happened? Why is Senior Sister Feng so happy? Ling Xiao stepped out of the room and saw Feng Ru, who was in high spirits. Feng Ru said excitedly, "Of course it's good news. It's great news." "Oh? Then I'm all ears," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Congratulations, you've passed the inspection of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. You can participate in the next advancement assessment." When Feng Ru said this, she was really happy, as if it was her good news. However, Ling Xiao said indifferently. This is good news. In fact, he was not particularly interested in whether he could advance to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain or not. After all, he had just become familiar with the lower 8 Immortal Mountain and received the support of the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Haoyu, the Outer Hall Master of the Reward, Kindness, and Punishment Evil Hall. If he wanted to get something, it would be more convenient. However, since he had this opportunity, he would not miss it. If he went to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get better resources and cultivation conditions. The Immortal Mark was one of the things he wanted to get. Although he only felt the horror of the Immortal Mark during the battle with Sha Hai. However, Ling Xiao could be considered to have engraved it in his heart. In that battle, if Sha Hai had been calmer and not so eager to kill him, he might have really died. Therefore, he must obtain the Immortal Mark. Even if he could not obtain it, he must study it carefully. The Immortal Court continent was a mysterious and terrifying place for all the martial artists in the mystic world. Countless martial artists cultivated desperately just to be able to reach the Immortal Court continent. Although Ling Xiao was slightly different from them, it was almost the same. You're really taking advantage of others. Do you know that many martial artists who went to the lower 8 Immortal Mountain couldn't sleep at night in order to get this assessment quota? Feng Ru looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said with a wry smile. Originally, if you want to pass the inspection, your cultivation must at least reach the early stage of the first transformation second layer of hell, or the middle stage of the ordinary second layer of hell. However, your recent performance is really too eye-catching. First, you destroyed the lackeys of the Spectre sect in the 8 Immortal County. Then, you defeated Sha Hai in front of everyone. Think about it, Sha Hai is a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. For the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, how could they tolerate their disciple being defeated by a disciple of the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain? Therefore, letting you join the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain is the best choice. Ling Xiao agreed with Feng Ru's analysis. This should be the whole story of the whole thing. He did not expect that killing Sha Hai would facilitate his promotion to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Sha Hai in advance. It seems that Feng Ru has already told you everything? At this moment, the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Ruoxian appeared in front of Ling Xiao's house together. Chapter 23-23. But Ling Xiao, don't be happy too early. You'll get the opportunity to take the test, but I think there's something going on here. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain frowned, as if he was worried about Ling Xiao. I think so too. That's why I'm here to persuade you to give up. Lin Ruoxian said straightforwardly. You suspect that the sand race deliberately let me take the test? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. You're really smart. The Black Fairy Mountain Master said. You killed Sha Hai, so they can't do anything to you openly. After all, the 8 Immortals Mountain doesn't belong to the sand race alone, and your reputation in the 8 Immortals County is very high. They can only deal with you secretly. And the promotion test of the 8 Immortals Mountain itself can kill people. So what? Ling Xiao sneered and said. If this is the doing of the sand race, then all the more I should take part. I'll let them suffer a double loss. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of me, so they gave me the chance to advance. Then I'll advance and piss them off. But Ling Xiao, you have to be clear. Based on the current situation, although you're not the weakest among all the contestants, you're definitely ranked outside of the top 20. Lin Ruoxian said without holding back. You think you can advance to the 8 Immortals Mountain easily just because you defeated Sha Hai? That's impossible. Sha Hai advanced because of his bloodline. In terms of strength, he can't compare to many of the participants in this test. Oh? Can you be more specific? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian explained. Let's put it this way. There are a total of 100 people who are qualified to take the test this time. The other 99 people are at the early stage of the first transformation second level of hell, or at the middle stage of the ordinary second level of hell. Your cultivation level is the lowest among these 100 people. If it wasn't for the fact that you defeated Sha Hai and showed everyone your strength, I'm afraid no one would have any objections even if you were ranked last. Your combat prowess doesn't match your cultivation, so this is also an unknown factor. But even if you can challenge those of a higher level, you won't be able to surpass the top 20. They are all stronger than the Desert Sea. Unless you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation before the test, you might have a chance. So that's how it is. I got it. When will the assessment begin? Ling Xiao asked casually. You know? Don't you want to ask how many people are going to advance this time? Lin Ruoxian was speechless. Is that important? No matter how many people there are, I can still advance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Heavens, how can there be someone as overconfident as you in this world? Let me tell you, there are 100 people participating in the assessment this time, but in the end, only 3 people will be able to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian said seriously. This probability is quite high. Let's choose the top 3. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm really speechless. You should know that none of those people are easy to deal with. And in the assessment, life and death is not a matter of life and death. If the Sand Clan specially arranged for someone to take your life, you will be in great danger. Lin Ruoxian really didn't know whether Ling Xiao was careless or had no concept of fear. Facing such a strong lineup of opponents, he could actually be so careless. It was simply incomprehensible. Deacon Ruoxian, Desert Cloud is the strongest among these people, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Should be. If there is no dark horse, then he and Akira are the strongest. Lin Ruoxian said after thinking for a while. Isn't that right? I'm not even afraid of Desert Cloud, what's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. Moreover, whether I'm afraid or not, it won't change the result. So why can't I face it calmly? With just a few words, Lin Ruoxian had been convinced. Ruoxian, I think you shouldn't try to persuade him. Once this kid has decided on something, he won't change his mind. He might not be able to advance. However, I think his movement technique is outstanding and he is very cunning. I don't think he will be killed that easily. The Black Immortal Mountain Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. You know me best, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he sounded confident deep down, he was indeed under a lot of pressure. If his cultivation base couldn't break through before the assessment, advancing would be a fool's dream. He didn't want to rashly rely on the power of the Butterfly Lady or a Yuan Venerate. It would be troublesome if he was seen through. However, this huge pressure gave him a huge motivation. Ever since he had entered the Samsara realm, he had encountered an endless stream of enemies. This was also the most realistic life of a martialist in the mystic world. If he wanted to continue on the path of martial arts, he had to constantly defeat all kinds of enemies or opponents. From the Shin brothers to the Zhou brothers, then to the Enmo family, then to the Desert Ocean, and then to the Demon Shadow sect. He seemed to always have dealings with these so-called geniuses. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Instead, he had fought many fierce battles. It wouldn't be easy for others to defeat Ling Xiao. Forget it, I won't nag you anymore. In short, you're on your own now. Make the best use of this time to cultivate. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Since she couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up, she could only think of other ways to protect Ling Xiao. After saying that, she took her leave. The Black Immortal Mountain Master also told Ling Xiao the time of the assessment on the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was in 10 days. In other words, Ling Xiao only had 10 days to improve his strength. It could be said that it was extremely urgent. However, a breakthrough in cultivation base wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. The door to the second level of hell was already 90% open. Only the last step was left, yet he still couldn't advance. Even if he defeated the Desert Ocean, it only loosened a little. There was still no sign of advancement. Therefore, Ling Xiao calmed himself down and did everything that could improve his combat strength first. For example, improving the level of the Thunder Combat Body and the Lava Combat Body. After sending all the guests away, Ling Xiao began to fuse the Thunder Jade and the Lava Jade. He only knew that the elementary combat body required 10 pieces of origin jade. The intermediate combat body required another 20 pieces. However, he wasn't very sure how many advanced combat bodies he needed. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as the thunder jade and the lava jade continued to fuse, he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the advanced combat body. Once he advanced to the advanced combat body, it was equivalent to cultivating the advanced jade grade martial arts to the martial realm. It was really incomparably powerful. Anyway, until now, among the opponents he had encountered in the Black Tortoise continent, no one had used advanced jade grade martial arts. Naturally, this was a great advantage. The next fusion took 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Xiao had fused 64 pieces of thunder jade. On the basis of the intermediate combat body, he had fused 34 pieces. Chapter 23-24. Ling Xiao, who had survived the pain fusion, had already recovered from his injuries. Unfortunately, there were still no signs of his battle body advancing, and the Thunder Origin Jade had been completely used up. The Lava Origin Jade had been fused with 30 pieces of Lava Origin Jade on the basis of his intermediate lava battle body. He had also run out of ammunition and food. Ling Xiao stood up helplessly, stretched his muscles and bones, and recovered his body, which had become a little sore after cultivating for a long time. Next, he planned to make a trip to the 8 Immortals City to replenish his supplies at the Sky Dragon trading firm. He had no more Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. Plus, he urgently needed things to strengthen his soul. Of course, he also needed to refine Thunder Spirit Pills and Lava Pills. The refinement of these 2 pills wasn't complicated, and their effects were very simple. They could promote the absorption of Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade and reduce the body's pain. This was also the fundamental reason why Ling Xiao's limits seemed to be higher than most people's. Who asked him to be a powerful alchemist? Who asked his master to be the #1 alchemist in the Immortal Court continent? After leaving the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the 8 Immortals City. He was already familiar with the place, so there wouldn't be any trouble. However, as soon as Ling Xiao arrived in the 8 Immortals City, Desert Cloud received a report from the 8 Immortals Mountain. "Very well, I've been waiting for the day he leaves the 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I'll make sure you die outside forever today. How dare you snatch my woman? You must have a death wish." Desert Cloud had been at odds with Ling Xiao because of the desert. Later, he had lost a bet to Qing Feiying, and the key to that bet had been Ling Xiao. He had lost the woman he had always wanted, so he naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. Furthermore, he had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and future from the battle on the arena of life and death. He definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Heavenly Dragon trading firm and saw Lin Fengyuan, Desert Cloud had already left the 8 Immortals Mountain. With the spies of the Sand Race and the help of the Shin and Zhou families, it could be said that he knew Ling Xiao's whereabouts like the back of his hand. "Oh, young hero Ling, you've come at the right time. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is holding an auction today. If you're interested, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Fengyuan thought very highly of Ling Xiao. Of course, this wasn't just because of the relationship between Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu. It was also because of Ling Xiao's unwillingness to be ordinary, and the secret before Ling Gao's reincarnation. Although he didn't know if this Ling Xiao was the same as the Ling Xiao he knew. But what if it was? He was also a gambler. What if he made the right bet? Therefore, in his heart, he had long regarded this Ling Xiao as the top genius Ling Xiao of the White Tiger continent. "I haven't participated in an auction for a long time. Of course, I'm happy." Ling Xiao had originally come to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to buy things. Although there were usually more expensive items at an auction, the possibility of rare treasures appearing was very high. Since he was here, of course, he couldn't let him go. "Okay, then I'll choose a better seat for you. I guarantee you'll be comfortable." Lin Fengyuan smiled and brought Ling Xiao to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's auction house. This auction house had always been there. It held an auction almost every week. However, a large-scale auction like today was very rare. Unless a lot of treasures appeared at once, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't do this. Ling Xiao was arranged on a very comfortable leather seat in a private room. This was naturally the best thing for Ling Xiao, who didn't like to show his face often. Not long after he sat down, the door of the private room was opened and Lin Ruoxian walked in. Did Lin Fengyuan inform you? The moment he saw Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao thought of this point. Lin Ruoxian should be worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so she let Lin Fengyuan know that Ling Xiao had gone to the Eight Immortals City and immediately informed her. This woman was really attentive to him. Lin Ruoxian didn't say anything. She just nodded and looked out of the window. The auction has begun. Don't worry about me. Almost all the auction rules and appearances were the same. Ling Xiao was already used to such occurrences. What he cared about the most was still the auction items. The auction items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were really extraordinary. The first few items were auctioned with a base price of about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The final transaction price reached more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This place was really not a place for the poor. One had to know that in the Eight Immortals Mountain, an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would only get 10,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. It would take 100 months to get such things. Of course, most of the martial artists would go out to perform tasks. The sex contribution points could also be used to exchange for low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would still have hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. But people who had millions of low-grade spirit stones were rare. It was almost impossible to have tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, unless it was a pampered young master or a young mistress of a big family, or a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 items had been sold. These were either martial arts, weapons, or elixirs, which were not things that Ling Xiao needed. What he needed now were soul items, thunder elemental jade, lava elemental jade, and various materials. He needed materials for alchemy or array formation. Of course, if there was a suitable beast soul, he didn't mind getting it. Low-grade spirit stones were just a number for him. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. Alchemy was simply a good business with little capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a special kind of elemental jade called lava elemental jade. There are a total of 100 pieces. A piece of lava elemental jade is priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, so the starting price this time is 20 million low-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As the host's voice sounded, the audience began to discuss in a mess. Ling Xiao also felt that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was too greedy. Although a piece of lava elemental jade was priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was not too expensive. But the problem was that these 100 pieces were worth 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Almost none of the people present could take out so many low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the auction instantly entered a state of stagnation. Why don't we just sell them separately? Most people don't need so many lava elemental jades, someone suggested. And this suggestion was quickly agreed by the crowd. I'm sorry everyone, the owner of these lava elemental jades said that he will only sell them together and not separately, the host said stubbornly. Many people felt that the owner of the lava elemental jade was crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was someone else's request. Then this item of yours can wait to be unsold. Chapter 23-25. Akira was different today. There seemed to be a dark energy emerging from her enchanting body. Akira had changed. The man she was looking forward to was defeated by Ling Xiao. She suddenly felt that all men in the world were unreliable. Therefore, she had to rely on herself to defeat Ling Xiao. This lava origin jade is very rare. It's difficult for an ordinary person to condense the lava battle body. Therefore, it's not in demand. If you offer 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones per piece, I can take it. Why are you being so long-winded? I want this item. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was obvious that this person was against Qilinger. Who is it? Akira's body emitted a terrifying black qi. Her entire body seemed to be entangled by countless ghosts. She looked like a yiksha that had walked out of the Sanluo temple. It was obvious that this girl's cultivation had not increased, but she had cultivated some kind of special martial art that made her look neither like a human nor a ghost. What? A disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain wants to act arrogantly in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. Although he felt the ominous energy erupting from Akira's body, he was still fearless. But he was not afraid. Ling Xiao? This time, Akira recognized the owner of the voice. She could not help but sneer. You must be Ling Xiao. But with your status, can you take out 20 million low-grade spiritual stones? It's none of your business whether I can take out so many low-grade spiritual stones. If you don't want to bid, then shut up. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. I want to see how you're going to explain yourself to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company when you can't take out enough low-grade spiritual stones. Akira believed that Ling Xiao could not take out so much money. After all, Ling Xiao was just an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. It's none of your business how I explain myself, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He had destroyed the branch of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortal County and obtained more than 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. A mere 20 million was nothing to him. Moreover, he was a VIP member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. He would get a 20% discount on everything he bought. So, the total cost was only 16 million. After Akira fell silent, no one else made a bid for the 100 pieces of lava elemental jade. Therefore, Ling Xiao bought it for 20 million. According to the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, the items that were auctioned off would be removed first. They would only be traded after the auction ended. Therefore, no one knew if Ling Xiao had that much money. Even Lin Fengyuan specially ran to Ling Zhao's private room and asked in a roundabout way. It was obvious that he was worried. At this time, the auction outside was still going on. Ling Xiao was not interested in the items, so he did not bid. Instead, he casually tossed Lin Fengyuan a storage ring and said, "Take a look for yourself." Lin Fengyuan took the storage ring and sent his soul force into it. He was shocked. So many spiritual stones! He was really shocked. The number of spiritual stones in Ling Zhao's storage ring was more than the total assets of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortal County. You're not worried now, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't worry, don't worry. In order to express our apology to young hero Ling, I am willing to give you the only top member card in the Eight Immortal County. With this qualification, you will not only get a 20% discount, but a 50% discount on everything you buy. Of course, Lin Fengyuan did this because he was worried about offending Ling Xiao. However, to give the only top membership card to Ling Xiao, this kind of courage was really strong. Shopkeeper Lin is very considerate. Ling Xiao smiled. He was indeed a little unhappy before. After all, no one would be happy to be casually suspected by others. But now, seeing that Lin Fengyuan was so considerate, he did not make things difficult for him. Then the two of you can continue to enjoy the auction. I'll take my leave first. Lin Fengyuan ordered people to serve the best snacks and drinks for Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. Then he left. The spirit stones of the Devil Shadow sect have built your glory. However, if the sect finds out that you are using them like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lin Ruoxian guessed the origin of Ling Zhao's spirit stones. I was the one who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect. It's not a sect mission. What's wrong with me taking the spirit stones? Could it be that the sect is shameless enough to snatch it from me? Ling Xiao looked out of the window and suddenly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Isn't Akira a little strange? You noticed it too? Lin Ruoxian asked. Yes, I can see that she is stronger than before. I'm afraid she is stronger than the desert cloud. But why? Her cultivation doesn't seem to have a breakthrough, Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's because she has finally cultivated the Crimson Demon battle body of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, Lin Ruoxian replied. That is a high-level battle body. Once cultivated, it is equivalent to cultivating a high-level jade-level body refining martial art. It is very terrifying. Her cultivation is not as good as the desert clouds. She is only at the late stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. However, after cultivating the Crimson Demon battle body, her strength will surpass the desert clouds. The Crimson Demon battle body should have existed in the Scarlet Deity Mountain for a long time. Why didn't she cultivate it before, but now? Ling Xiao felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. That's a good question. In fact, the cultivation of the Crimson Demon battle body requires one to sell their soul to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Demon. Lin Ruoxian sighed. In the past, Akira was unwilling to do so because she was strong enough and had people to protect her. However, after you killed Desert Cloud, Akira's temperament changed greatly. That's why she took this step. It can be said that you directly caused her to sell her soul to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Demon of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Is it my fault? Ling Xiao shook his head. No, it's just her own inner demons causing trouble. No matter who is to blame, Akira will be your biggest opponent this time. Akira and Desert Cloud each occupy one of the 3 spots to ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. You can only fight for the 3rd spot. Lin Ruoxian sighed. That's not necessarily true, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Akira had a high-level battle body, so why couldn't Ling Xiao have one? This time, he got 100 pieces of lava origin jade. As long as his cultivation could break through, it was very likely that he would be able to condense a powerful high-level lava battle body. When that time came, why would he be afraid of Akira? A martial artist who relied on selling their soul to become strong was already at a disadvantage on the path of martial arts. He didn't know if there were any Thunder Origin Jade in the auction. If there were, he would have a greater chance of obtaining a dual high-level battle body. Ling Xiao looked outside, waiting for the item he wanted. The next item is also an Origin Jade, but it's Thunder Origin Jade. There are also a total of 100 pieces. The starting price is 30 million low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. Chapter 23-26. In addition to tempering the body, the elemental jade could also be used to arrange arrays and forge weapons. It could also be used in alchemy. It had a wide range of uses. However, most people would use it to temper their body. After all, apart from the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, ordinary small forces would not be able to get their hands on it. 30 million! Ling Xiao was still the only one who placed a bid. Many customers had no choice but to give up on this method. Ling Xiao, rashly bidding will cause trouble. You can't even afford the 20 million just now. It's impossible for you to take out this 30 million. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company finds the 8 Immortal Mountain, it will bring shame to our sect. Qilinger's voice rang out again. Woman, you talk too much nonsense. If you want to bid, then bid. If you don't have the money, then hold it back. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company did not say a word. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph, you can be rampant now. You'll see what happens next. Akira gnashed her teeth, but in the end, she did not dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. One must know that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's power spread throughout the entire mysterious world. A mere 8 Immortal Mountain could not compete with them. If she really offended such a colossus, she would be looking for trouble. Ling Xiao obtained the Thunder Yuan Jade and no longer paid attention to Akira. Qilinger, I really hate you now. Lin Ruoxian laughed. Even if today's matter did not happen, she still hates me to the bone. Otherwise, she would not have sold her soul to improve her strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently. She is very powerful, but I am not afraid. The two chatted and time passed quickly. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. After all, this was only the auction of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the Eight Immortals City. The rare items seen here did not exceed Ling Zhao's expectations. There were many items that were of the highest quality in the eyes of others. However, to him, they were not worth mentioning. For example, those seemingly powerful elixirs were not as effective as the elixirs he refined. Next up is the second last item of the auction. This item is a fossil left behind by a dark-attributed demonic beast. If one had the ability to refine this fossil, then they could use its power to open the gates of hell. This would be very helpful to Yin-Yang realm martial artists. At most, it would allow a martial artist to open the door to the second layer of hell. Of course, everyone knows that fossils are different from flesh and blood. It is extremely difficult to refine them. It's almost impossible not to have a divine flame. I have to tell you this in advance, lest you accuse my Heavenly Dragon Trading Company of cheating. Alright, the starting price for this dark attribute demonic beast fossil is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let's begin. The host had already explained how powerful the darkness fossil was. Even if it had flaws, it was still enough to drive many crazy. For example, Ling Xiao. He was currently stuck at the entrance to the second layer of hell, unable to enter. He needed a treasure like this to break through the obstacles. Therefore, not to mention 1 million low-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100 million, he would still buy it. The starting price of the darkness fossil was not low. Moreover, there would be more competitors than Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade. After all, there were not many martial artists in this world who could condense a combat body, so they did not need much Elemental Jade. However, the darkness fossil was different. In the Eight Immortal City, there was a large group of martial artists waiting to reach the Yin-Yang realm. Once the darkness fossil was refined, it could allow a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist to open the gates of hell. It could also allow a martial artist of the first layer of hell to open the gates of hell to the second layer of hell. It was a huge temptation. Even if it had flaws, there would still be many people fighting for it. Of course, Akira was no exception. Although she was already a martial artist of the second layer of hell, the darkness fossil was very compatible with her crimson demon combat body. Qilinger hoped that she could use the darkness fossil to improve herself. Not only did she want to defeat Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to defeat everyone who stood in her way. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. She was the first one to make a bid, and her tone was filled with the determination to win. There was also a terrifying aura. She was clearly trying to intimidate others and prevent them from competing with her. However, the people present were not cowards. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,600,000. 2 million. As people continued to bid, the darkness fossil, which had a starting price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, instantly rose to 2 million. From the looks of it, the price seemed to continue to rise. I bid 3 million. Who dares to compete with me? Akira angrily raised the price to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. She did this not on impulse but after careful consideration. Based on the current situation, the price of the darkness fossil would reach 3 million sooner or later. It was better for her to directly bid and intimidate many people. The reality was just as Akira expected. After she domineeringly bid 3 million low-grade spirit stones, many people gave up. It was not that they did not have enough spirit stones, but they did not want to offend Akira. Many people could see that Akira was determined to get the darkness fossil. If they continued to compete, they might offend Akira and not get the darkness fossil. That would be really depressing. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer looked around and asked. The darkness fossil is the key to opening the first 2 levels of the gates of hell. It's definitely not a loss. The scene was silent. I bid 4 million! All of a sudden, the silent venue seemed to explode. Ling Zhao's voice was like pouring water into a pot of oil, instantly causing chaos. That man just now again? Who is he? Why does he dare to go against Akira? 4 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a darkness fossil that we don't even know if it can be used. It's not worth it. He's probably a young master from some family. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions. Although they could not see Ling Xiao's face in the private room, they all thought that Ling Xiao was a prodigal who threw money around casually. 4 million! The guest in the private room bid 4 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. Of course. For every auction item, he would receive a corresponding commission. The higher the auction price, the more he would receive. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Akira finally could not hold it in any more and shouted. Even if you get the darkness fossil, you can't refine it. The divine fire is not something that someone like you can have. Besides, you just spent 50 million low-grade spirit stones. How can you have more spirit stones? Stop fooling around. Fooling around? I like fooling around. I have money and can do whatever I want. What can you do? Chapter 23-27. You're courting death. All of a sudden, a cloud of black fog appeared in the room where Qi Ling'e was. Amidst the black fog, there was a terrifyingly pale face that pounced towards the room Ling Xiao was in. However, Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian did not move. This was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they couldn't even protect their VIP members, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would lose all face. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly burst out from the void and blasted the strange ghost face back. The one who attacked was only one of Lin Fingyuan's subordinates. Although Akira was a genius needed time to grow. True experts were generally older. For example, Lin Fingyuan's subordinate was already an old man in his 70s or 80s. Dealing with Akira was a piece of cake. After all, she was a martial artist with the cultivation of the third layer of hell. Miss Akira, this is the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not your Scarlet Immortal Mountain. If you dare to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being impolite. Immediately, the old man's voice sounded. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does not like to compete for hegemony, but some people must not think that we are easy to bully. At this moment, Akira's chi and blood were churning and her face was pale. She had really suffered a loss and lost face. Originally, she had just lost control of her anger. Now that she was warned, she suddenly remembered where she was. To her, the darkness fossil was only a possibility to improve her scarlet demon battle physique. It was not worth spending too many spirit stones to compete for it. She wanted to raise the price to cheat Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head. Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If she raised the price and Ling Xiao stopped bidding, she would suffer a great loss. One had to know that she only had a total of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she really used all of them to buy the darkness fossil, it would be a great loss. Senior is right. This junior was impulsive. Akira cupped her hands towards the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's old man and said indifferently, I give up the bid. Giving up was one thing, but Akira still wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao after the auction. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain, she had a way to make Ling Xiao take out the darkness fossil and give it to her for free. Although Ling Xiao was famous, his foundation in the Eight Immortals Mountain was too shallow. How could he fight with her? Are you really going to piss off Akira for a useless darkness fossil? Lin Ruoxian asked as he looked at Ling Xiao curiously. She really didn't believe that Ling Xiao was such a childish person. Am I that childish in your eyes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's not convenient for me to say anything unnecessary, but I can tell you that this darkness fossil is very important to me. For it, even if I have to fight to the death with Akira today, I will do it. You sure have a lot of secrets. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. The calmness and capability that this young man showed, as well as that kind of ruthlessness, didn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. What kind of person was he before he reincarnated into the world? The auction ended. Ling Xiao only took a glance at the final item. It seemed to be a high-level jade-grade martial art, But that thing wasn't very useful to him now. So he didn't make a move. Instead, Akira bought it like it was a treasure. After the auction ended, Akira didn't leave. Instead, she stood outside the trading hall, waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Because she was very sure that Ling Xiao couldn't take out more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones. However, in the end, her already pale face became even paler. Not only did Ling Xiao easily pay the 50 million low-grade spirit stones, but Lin Fengyuan also gave him a 50% discount. Even the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't have such preferential treatment. She didn't understand what Lin Fengyuan wanted to do. But Lin Fengyuan knew it best. Even though the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain left, they were self-sufficient and rarely went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Giving them such a valuable membership card was tantamount to a waste. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. This fellow was currently on the rise, and he was very generous with his extravagant spending. He never hesitated when it came to spending money. This kind of person was the kind of customer that Lin Fengyuan liked the most. Out of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. This time, he came to the 8 Immortals City and got what he wanted. Next, he would use the last period of time to concentrate on cultivation and wait for the advancement test of the 8 Immortals Mountain. After parting with Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao walked out of the 8 Immortals City. But just as he went out, he felt that he was being followed. That gloomy aura was too obvious. If it wasn't Akira, who else could it be? Ling Xiao frowned. While quietly taking out the erase stone to the Black Immortal Mountain, he went to a secluded place. Akira, have you taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why have you been following me since I came out? Obediently hand over the darkness fossil and I can let you safely return to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Akira's aura became more and more gloomy. The originally fiery red aura had turned black and red, giving off a strange feeling. Ling Xiao stood dozens of meters away and could still feel the cold air entering his body. This should be the effect of the Crimson Demon Battle Physique. The Crimson Demon Battle Physique is indeed extraordinary. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao sneered and said, with your speed, you shouldn't be able to catch up to me. What if we join in? Desert Cloud, who had been lying in ambush to kill Ling Xiao, finally couldn't bear the loneliness and stood out. The reason why he showed up was because he saw Akira. Although he and Akira were competitors, they had a common enemy, and that was Ling Xiao. If the two of them joined forces, Ling Xiao would definitely die today. Desert Cloud? Ling Xiao frowned. The situation today was really a little troublesome. It was already very difficult to deal with Akira alone. If Desert Cloud, who was even stronger than Akira, was added to the equation, it would be even more troublesome. But trouble was trouble. Ling Xiao still had his own trump card that he hadn't used. He would never be so rash as to reveal all his secrets. What, now that Shahai is dead, you're hanging out with that dog Desert Cloud again? That's really admirable. To be honest, Ling Xiao's words were really unpleasant. But so what if it was unpleasant? When facing someone who wanted to kill you, no matter how unpleasant it was, it wouldn't be excessive at all. Looks like you're really tired of living. Do you really think that you're number 1 in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain after killing Shahai? Akira's face was flushed with anger. I don't know if I'm number 1 or not, but if you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll be leaving first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. You want to leave? Before Akira made a move, Desert Cloud couldn't hold back anymore. The peak of the 3rd layer of hell, the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 23-28. Wild Sand Saber Technique, Lightless Sun and Moon. Desert Cloud used his strongest saber technique as soon as he attacked. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. As soon as this saber was used, the sky was filled with sand, and the sun and moon were dimmed. Ordinary martial artists could not see anything at all. Some people could not even open their eyes. However, For Ling Xiao, this was the best chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. I'm not your opponent today. I'll take your life in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment. While laughing, Ling Xiao entered the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. Damn it, this guy actually has a teleportation array. Desert Cloud had carefully planned to ambush Ling Xiao and even colluded with Akira, but in the end, he could not stop Ling Xiao. He escaped, which means he's not as good as you. What are you afraid of? Akira said lightly. I'm afraid? I'm not afraid of him, but the problem is that this kid is too infuriating. If I don't kill him, it'll be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. Desert Cloud did not want to reveal his true thoughts. In the depths of his heart, he was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Don't worry, there are still 7 days before the assessment begins. You don't think he can surpass you and me in 7 days, do you? You're the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Don't you have such confidence? Akira said lightly. That's true. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll take his life in the assessment. Desert Cloud was very unhappy. Although he was the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, after this year, he would be older than the assessment age. In other words, if he could not be promoted this year, he would be a deacon of the 8 Immortal Mountain for the rest of his life. The golden hoop incantation on his head made him extremely anxious. Even Ling Xiao began to fear it. At this time, on the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation array that disappeared behind him with lingering fear. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he wouldn't have had time to set up the teleportation array once the battle started. Faced with Desert Cloud and Akira, there was no way he could survive unless he got help from Yuan Venerates and the Butterfly Lady. Thankfully, he had obtained the Darkness Fossil and a large number of Lava Origin Jades and Lightning Origin Jades. Next up, he could focus on his cultivation and improve his strength. He couldn't possibly run away every time he saw those two fellows, right? That was not Ling Xiao's style. After entering the house, Ling Xiao still used the array formation to shield the house. He then took out the Darkness Fossil. If this thing fell into the hands of others, it might be useless, but in his hands, it just so happened to be useful. The Samadhi True Fire, the Dark Flames of Death, and the Ancient Hellfire could all refine the Darkness Fossil. However, it was more appropriate to use the Ancient Hellfire in this place. Using the same Hellfire to open the gates of Hell should yield twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to cultivate, he saw Lin Ruoxian rushing over anxiously. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to stop cultivating. He couldn't be disturbed during his next breakthrough. If something happened to Lin Ruoxian, it would be better to deal with it first. You were killed? After parting ways with Ling Xiao at the Sky Dragon trading firm, Lin Ruoxian had returned to the Lin family to visit her parents. Unexpectedly, she had received a secret report that Ling Xiao had been killed. By the time she had rushed over, there was no one there. Thus, she had hurried back. Just a small matter. Ling Xiao chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Deacon Ruoxian. It's actually not that serious. Is it Desert Cloud or Akira? Lin Ruoxian asked. Both of them are here. Ling Xiao answered. What? Both of them are here, and you're still alive? That's really surprising. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao curiously. However, when she thought of Ling Xiao's abilities, she didn't find it strange. It's just escaping. There's nothing much to say. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to face enemies in the upcoming assessment. There's no way out even if I want to escape. Deacon Ruoxian, I may have to go into seclusion for a period of time until the day of the assessment. Can I trouble you to protect me? Ling Gao's request was made after careful consideration. Although the people of the Sand Race wouldn't dare to kill him openly, it was very likely that they would harass him and prevent him from cultivating. He couldn't give those people a chance. No problem. Lin Ruoxian agreed without even thinking. She didn't know why, but she felt that she should do so. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian. When I soar in the future, I won't forget Deacon's good intentions, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But in terms of cultivation, you're not as good as Desert Cloud. In terms of battle constitution, you're not as good as Akira. Now that you've been targeted by the two of them, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to compete for the third spot. Have you thought of how to deal with them? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Strength. Ling Xiao only said 2 words. Because everything else was illusory. Only strength was the absolute truth. That's right, but how can I improve? Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao, but she found that Ling Xiao seemed very calm. Cultivate. Ling Xiao only said 2 words again. That's true. There's no point in thinking so much. Cultivate steadily. With your talent, you might be able to break through on the day of the assessment. Lin Ruoxian smiled. She hated that she didn't have any way to help Ling Xiao. The key was that the time was too short. If there was more time, she could take Ling Xiao out to explore. Maybe there would be some fortuitous encounter. By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, do you know about my sister Ling Jiaojiao's situation? Before going into seclusion, Ling Xiao wanted to know about Ling Jiaojiao's current situation so that he could be at ease. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Is there something that you can't say? Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that the matter might not be simple. Your sister is now in high demand in the 8 great families of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian smiled bitterly. Since the day she stepped into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 great families have sent out marriage proposals almost at the same time. What do you mean? My sister is so charming? Could it be because of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit? Ling Xiao thought that Ling Jiaojiao's appearance was indeed good, but even so, it shouldn't be like this. The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't lack beauties. For the power behind Ling Jiaojiao? That was even more impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility. It was for the martial spirit and bloodline in Ling Jiaojiao's body. You guessed right. The sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit is considered the strongest martial spirit in the Qin country. The 8 great families all want Ling Jiaojiao. Then they will let their most outstanding disciples marry Ling Jiaojiao. The child born will have the bloodline of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit. Finally, they will extract Ling Jiaojiao's martial spirit and give it to their child. Then, the child will become a peerless genius. Chapter 23-29. To Lin Ruoxian's surprise, Ling Xiao wasn't as impulsive as she had imagined. He just sat there and looked at the mountains in the distance. However, the more he looked like this, the more Lin Ruoxian felt terrified. She could even feel the oppressive killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Was this the Sword Tribe's initial plan? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. You can say that. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The Sword Tribe recruited Ling Jiaojiao with such an intention. Unfortunately, I wasn't clear about it before. After looking through a lot of information, I came to this terrifying conclusion. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Treating women as birth machines? Then cruelly extracting their martial souls? I'm afraid this is no different from what the Devil Shadow sect did. They are worse than beasts. Even if the person being schemed against wasn't his sister, Ling Xiao still felt disgusted by this matter. Did the people of the sword race also send an engagement to my sister? Ling Xiao asked again. That's right. Your sister's engagement partner is Jian Lufeng. Moreover, she won't be Jian Liufeng's wife. She will only be his third wife. Lin Ruoxian answered carefully. Did my sister agree? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. However, your sister is now in the Sword Tribe. It's like a rabbit trapped in a wolf's den. It's not up to her to decide whether she agrees or not. Lin Ruoxian sighed. What's Jian Liufeng's attitude? Ling Xiao needed to know which side Jian Lufeng was on. He needed to know why Jian Lufeng had invited Ling Jiaojiao. Lin Ruoxian fell silent. She didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao understood. The will of the sword race was Jian Liufeng's will. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's impression of Jian Lufeng became completely negative. The good impression he had of Jian Lufeng vanished. If they want to scheme against my sister, they'll have to see if I, Ling Xiao, agree to it or not. If they try to force it, I'll destroy the entire sword tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly red, the color of extreme anger. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have said it. With your current strength, what can you do? You couldn't even defeat Desert Cloud and Akira, so how could you possibly deal with Jian Lufeng? Deal with the sword race? After offending the sand race and the sword race, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain anymore. Lin Ruoxian sighed. She knew that this would be the result, but she had to say it. She knew very well that if she didn't say it, Ling Xiao would definitely blame her in the future. So what if I offend everyone in the world? I, Ling Xiao, can't possibly watch as my sister is used as a reproductive tool and tortured to death, right? The ground under Ling Xiao's feet suddenly cracked. Traces of cold air rushed up from the ground. That was Ling Xiao's killing intent. Ling Xiao's anger. I understand. If it were me, I would feel the same as you. But the only thing you can do now is to increase your strength. As long as you can advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll have the opportunity to come into contact with Ling Jiaojiao. As for what to do in the future, it still depends on how strong you are. If you have the aptitude of Ling Yan in the past, I believe that no one in the 8 Immortal City can bully your family. Lin Ruoxian's words were sincere and heartfelt. Ling Xiao nodded his head, feeling somewhat grateful in his heart. Although he couldn't wait to immediately rescue Ling Jiaojiao and kill Jian Lufeng. But he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. Being impulsive wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Don't worry about your cultivation. Your sister Ling Jiaojiao will probably accept the engagement under the circumstances. But even so, her marriage with Jian Lufeng will still take some time. Lin Ruoxian continued. Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation is too weak. She won't be able to form a resonance with Jian Lufeng. So her cultivation needs to be at least at the 3rd level of hell to barely qualify. You just need to rescue Ling Jiaojiao before her cultivation breaks through the 3rd level of hell. There's not much time left. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. With the Jian tribe's resources, it wasn't impossible to forcefully increase Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation. Ling Xiao had to be mentally prepared. Right now, he had to increase his strength first. I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian with the matter of the protector. In these few days, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't let anyone disturb me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Sister Jiaojiao, I, Ling Xiao, swear here today that no one in this world can force you to do something you don't want to do. In the past, I couldn't protect the Moon Maiden. Now I can't fail to protect my only family in the Black Tortoise mainland. Seeing the confidence and determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, Lin Ruoxian was a little dazed. It seemed that nothing could bend this young man's shoulders and make him give up. Stepping into the house, Ling Xiao immediately took out the darkness fossil and held it in his hand. It's time for this darkness fossil to show its usefulness. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 1st level of hell. The door to the 2nd level of hell was already 90% open. With the help of this darkness fossil, he could definitely break through successfully. He had this confidence. Primordial hellfire. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. A ball of blackish-purple flame formed in the void. After the darkness fossil was burned by the primordial hellfire, the black energy kept rising and fusing into the door to the 2nd level of hell. Following that, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the barrier he had broken through was rapidly being cleared. If there was a difference of 10 times in strength between the early and middle stages of the 1st level of hell, then the difference between the 1st level of hell and the 2nd level of hell was dozens of times. The gap between them was not something that could be easily bridged. This was also the reason why most warriors could not challenge someone of a higher level. The gap was too big. Especially the gap between the major realms, it was even more ridiculous. The reason why Ling Xiao could defeat opponents of a higher realm was because he relied on the support of many special abilities. Even that was very tiring. However, once his cultivation broke through, it would be very easy for him to face warriors of the 2nd level of hell. This was the fundamental reason why he was so anxious to break through. Ling Xiao had already used all kinds of methods to close the gap from before. Now, he was just a little bit away. With this darkness fossil, this last bit was perfectly made up for. Under the burning of the primordial hellfire, the darkness fossil kept shrinking. And Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had already reached the peak. He was just a thin layer away from breaking through. Soon! After an unknown amount of time, the darkness fossil finally burned completely. Ling Xiao could feel that the abundant power in his body had completely condensed together. Break through to the second level of hell! With a wild cry, the terrifying power in his body surged out, rushing straight to the second level of hell. Chapter 2330. The gate to the second floor of hell is finally open! Ling Xiao's expression was one of wild joy. However, good things didn't stop there. It was probably because Ling Xiao had accumulated too much energy in his body. After breaking through the gate to the second floor of hell, his cultivation almost went out of control like a runaway horse. The early stage of the second floor of hell. The middle stage of the second floor of hell. The late stage of the second floor of hell. The breakthrough finally stopped when he reached the late stage of the second floor of hell. The crazy expansion of energy also calmed down. Ling Xiao looked inside himself in surprise. He didn't expect that he would reach such a cultivation level with just one breakthrough. Akira? Desert Cloud? Just you wait. Ling Xiao will give you a big surprise. Cultivation breakthrough. Ling Xiao didn't get carried away. He still sat there cross-legged and began to stabilize the few realms he had broken through. Although it was a good thing to break through several realms at once, it had its drawbacks. That was, the foundation would be unstable. Only by repeatedly tempering himself at every stage could he truly stabilize it. Fighting was the best way to temper. However, right now, the most important thing was to calm down and familiarize himself with the power of each realm. This was the most important thing. He didn't know how many days had passed since he started cultivating. Anyway, he had already told Lin Ruoxian to inform him when the day of the assessment came. Therefore, he didn't need to be distracted. He just needed to focus on cultivating. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao kept fighting with his twin martial souls with various cultivation levels to stabilize each realm. On the third day, he finally stopped and took out the 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade he had obtained at the auction. The breakthrough wasn't enough. He wanted to take advantage of this breakthrough to integrate more Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade to strengthen his Lightning Combat Constitution and Lava Combat Constitution. He could feel that his 2 combat constitutions seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. It wouldn't be long before they were promoted to an advanced combat constitution. At that time, Akira's Crimson Demon combat constitution would be nothing in his eyes. He now had 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade and 100 pieces of Lava Elemental Jade. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to successfully break through after so many years. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation, coupled with his experience of fusion, and the Thunder Essence pill that he had refined himself. Ling Zhao's subsequent fusion became incomparably easy. Previously, he had integrated 34 pieces of Thunder Jade on top of his intermediate Thunder combat body. And this number made him feel as if he was infinitely close to breaking through. 35, 36, 37, and even 38 Lightning Elemental Jades were fused with ease. There was almost no pressure at all. One had to know that the benefits Ling Xiao received from raising his cultivation by 1 level were much greater than others. It was not only because he was a samsara warrior. It was also because of his profound world body. His physical strength could only be released when his cultivation reached a certain level. Otherwise, it would destroy his body. Therefore, when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the increase in his strength was almost explosive. This was something that no one else could compare to. When he reached the 39th piece, he encountered a bit of difficulty, but it was still a daunting experience. Only the 40th piece allowed Ling Xiao to experience the terrifying feeling of being bombarded by lightning. When he integrated the 40th piece of Thunder Elemental Jade, the sky seemed to have changed color. Lin Ruoxian, who was standing outside the house, looked at this scene in surprise. She thought that the weather had changed. However, the lightning in the sky kept blasting towards the house where Ling Xiao was. It was as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the advanced thunder combat body was already a little in touch with the laws of heaven and earth. For those who controlled the laws of the immortal court continent, this was absolutely not allowed. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, no matter how powerful the laws of heaven and earth were, they still had to rely on heaven and earth. Ling Xiao possessed a profound world body and controlled the royal heaven queen earth, so he faced the ferocious lightning attacks. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a giant and pierced through the wooden house to fight against the lightning in the sky. This scene was blocked by the huge array formation, so Lin Ruoxian didn't see it. However, she could feel that something was happening inside the array formation. Did Ling Xiao break through? How could there be such a terrifying movement? She was now both worried and anxious. After about 10 minutes, the lightning dissipated and the sky returned to normal. Lin Ruoxian didn't relax because she didn't know how Ling Xiao was doing. The advanced thunder combat body is really terrifying. It already has some ability to control lightning. Ling Xiao could feel that he had finally succeeded in condensing the advanced thunder combat body after spending a total of 90 thunder elemental jades. At this moment, he was ecstatic. Master, now that you have the advanced thunder combat body, I think you can learn the thunder burst art? Xindian suddenly came out and said. The thunderstorm art was a kind of secret technique. It was an extremely powerful lightning-type secret technique. It was a high-tier jade secret technique. In order to cultivate the thunder burst art, one must first have a physique that wasn't afraid of lightning. The elementary thunder combat body and the intermediate thunder combat body couldn't be cultivated. Only the advanced thunder combat body could be cultivated. Of course! Was Ling Xiao stupid not to learn such a powerful secret technique? He immediately obtained the Thunder Burst Arts chant from Xindian and began to cultivate it in the form of the advanced thunder combat body. The cultivation of secret techniques was different from martial arts. The key was soul power and the chant. These 2 points were not a problem for Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the elementary level and then to the intermediate level, Ling Xiao only used 1 day. Although the Thunder Burst Art was only at the intermediate level, its power was even more terrifying than the complete Meteor Sword technique. This was the terrifying part of the advanced Jade secret technique. Maybe it was the huge pressure that gave him the crazy motivation, but he felt that he was in a very good state now. He could learn anything and never fall behind. It had been 4 days since he started cultivating. There were less than 4 days before the advancement test. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stop here. His thunder combat body had already reached the advanced level. Then his lava combat body must also reach the advanced level. After all, with the experience, the advancement would be faster and more stable than before. The result was just as Ling Xiao expected. He only spent half the time. On the basis of the intermediate lava combat body, he used a total of 40 lava origin jades. He finally broke through to the lava combat body. The moment he broke through to the lava combat body, the sky changed color again. However, it was different from the previous thunder and lightning. This time, it was raining fire. This caused Lin Ruoxian to be both shocked and at a loss. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao should be fine. If there was something going on, then he would have stopped cultivating already. Chapter 2331. If the thunderstorm technique was the most terrifying secret skill against an enemy, then the lava storm would be a large-scale killing secret skill. Ling Xiao had never practiced an advanced jade-grade secret skill before he reincarnated. It could be seen that the resources of the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those of the previous 3 continents. When he raised the lava storm to the small success level, Lin Ruoxian's voice came from outside the door. Junior brother Ling, the assessment will begin tomorrow morning. I have some errands to deal with today. Have you finished your cultivation? Yes. Secret skills were the same as martial skills. The proficiency needed to be improved through battles. Fighting with his own twin martial souls was not as effective as fighting with an enemy. His cultivation could be said to have come to an end. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the first transformation's second layer of hell. After using the beast soul transformation, his strength would be close to the early stage of the first transformation third layer of hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning body and advanced lava body, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the first transformation third layer of hell. Although Desert Cloud's cultivation had reached the peak of the third layer of hell, he was just an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao was confident that he could deal with him. As for Akira, he did not care about him at all. What Qi Ling relied on was the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. But he had two advanced battle bodies at the same time. Neither of them was weaker than Akira's Crimson Demon body. Desert Cloud! Akira! You want to kill me and make it impossible for me to pass the assessment of the 8 Immortal Mountain? Very well! Then I will let you fall into the Azura Hell and never be able to raise your heads again. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had done something like this. Qi Yan and Sha Hai were the same. Now it was Akira and Desert Cloud's turn. After advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get closer to Ling Jiaojiao. At that time, he would be more familiar with Ling Jiaojiao's situation and it would be easier to rescue her. Unlike now, he was completely in the dark. This was how Ling Xiao had risen in the past. As the saying went, a general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. With his rise, there would inevitably be many so-called geniuses who would become his stepping stones. They had become eerie white bones, building a ladder for him to ascend to a higher realm. The Dark Ones, one of the 8 great clans, were in charge of the assessment. This was also the rule of the 8th Immortal Mountain. Every 8 years, a cycle would take place. The disciples who were promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain, except for the warriors who originally belonged to other clans, were all from the Dark Clan. For example, Desert Cloud was a member of the Sand Clan, so he was still a member of the Sand Clan. Akira, on the other hand, wasn't a member of the 8 houses, so it was only natural for her to join the Dark Ones. Ling Xiao was the same. The 8 great clans represented greater power and strength. Everyone who joined the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to squeeze their way in. The disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were the true core of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many of the sect's secrets and most of its resources would be open to the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was something that the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain couldn't compare to. Because of this, all the warriors who joined the 8 Immortals Mountain had the 8 Immortals Mountain as their goal. As for which clan they joined, it didn't matter. What was important was to step into the 8 Immortals Mountain. Unfortunately, most of them would be eliminated. Some might even die because of it. This was the bloody reality. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a day earlier to obtain more information. After all, the following assessment wasn't just a test of strength. It would also be a battle of wits. With enough information, it would be easier to survive. On this day, the Black Immortals Mountain's Mountain Lord came personally. He even brought Ho Rifeng and Zhou Tong. Both of them would be participating in this assessment. After all, in terms of cultivation, they weren't bad. When Zhou Tong saw Ling Xiao, he was more or less afraid and stood far away. Ho Rifeng was more direct. Ever since Ling Xiao beat up Sha Hai for him, he treated Ling Xiao as a good friend. This person's personality was very direct. He was a typical martial arts fanatic. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, his cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the 3rd level of hell. He could be considered one of the best in the 8 Immortals Mountain. The moment he came up, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "I just broke through. Last time, you beat up Sha Hai for me. This time, let me protect you." Ling Xiao smiled noncommittally. He appreciated Ho Rifeng's good intentions. However, with his current cultivation, he really didn't need it. Of course, it wasn't very nice to reject someone's good intentions. So he didn't say anything. Thinking back to when he first stepped into the Black Immortals Mountain, Ho Renfeng's strength was definitely something that Ling Xiao had to look up to. Even though he was a reincarnation realm warrior, at that time, he was still far from Ho Renfeng. As for Zhou Tong, it was the same. At that time, he hated Zhou Tong but couldn't do anything because his strength was inferior. However, today, Zhou Tong avoided him like he was a demon. It was probably because of the shameful things he had done in the past that he was afraid. Among the three of you, I have high hopes for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao, your cultivation isn't enough now. There's still a long way to go, so it's enough that you can participate in the test. At least you've gained some experience. When you come again next year, you'll have even greater hope. Actually, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord knew that whether it was Ho Renfeng, Zhou Tong, or Ling Xiao, it was basically impossible for them to pass this test. He only hoped that these three disciples of the Black Immortals Mountain could keep their lives. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope next year. Especially Ling Xiao. His shocking talent was extremely shocking. He believed that as long as he had enough time, Desert Cloud and Akira wouldn't be his match. However, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord felt that it wasn't possible. Ling Xiao only smiled at the Black Immortals Mountain Lord's words. He didn't refute. Because there was no need to. He was hiding his true cultivation now. The cultivation he showed was still at the peak of the first level of hell. It was normal for the Black Immortals Mountain Lord to feel that he couldn't pass the test. When the real test began, he would naturally reveal his true strength. There was no hurry now. He knew that many people were mocking him behind his back. They didn't think highly of him. For example, Qi Lian, the Purple Immortals Mountain Lord, Sha Diao, Jian Lufeng, and the others. But so what? Did he, Ling Xiao, need these people to think highly of him? Slapping faces was his forte. Mountain Lord, can you tell me the specific rules of the 8 Immortals Mountains test? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The Black Immortals Mountain Lord nodded and said, It's good to understand the rules. Although you definitely won't be able to pass the test, if you want to survive, you can't not know the rules. You've all participated in the 8 Immortals Mountains test, right? The rules are actually similar, but it's more complicated. It's just more grand. This test is also divided into 2 stages. Chapter 2332. Celestial Demon Mountain? Celestial Demon Peak? Ling Xiao felt that these 2 words were somewhat interesting. That's right. There's a Celestial Demon Mountain dozens of miles away from the center of the 8 Immortals County. Celestial Demon Mountain was occupied by powerful monsters and celestial demons hundreds of years ago. It's very dangerous. Your first task is to break through the obstacles set up by the celestial demons and monsters and finally reach the peak of Celestial Demon Mountain, which is Celestial Demon Peak. Black Immortal Mountain Master explained. That's it. Ling Xiao was a little curious. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Don't be happy yet. Celestial Demon Mountain is more than 8,000 meters high and covered in snow all year round. It's extremely cold. It's the favorite trial ground of the 8 Immortals Mountain disciples. The harsh environment, powerful monsters, and celestial demons create the terror of Celestial Demon Mountain. Black Immortal Mountain Master reminded. The strongest celestial demons and monsters on Celestial Demon Mountain have reached the peak of the 3rd level of Hell, or the early stage of the 3rd level of 1 star, which is about the same as the 3rd level of Ghost's Prison. The monsters don't matter. The key is those celestial demons. They have intelligence, so you must be careful. I understand, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao nodded. Celestial Demon Mountain was definitely not a good place to make Black Immortal Mountain Master so nervous. There's another troublesome thing. The test of trampling Celestial Demon Mountain is not a one-on-one battle, but a group of 5. Black Immortal Mountain Master added. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately frowned. He hadn't been in the 8 Immortals Mountain for long, so he didn't know many friends. If he participated in the test alone, he might have a chance to succeed. But if he formed a group, it might not be so. And what's more troublesome is that to pass the first test, all 5 people in the group must reach Celestial Demon Peak alive. If one person dies, it's considered a failure. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain threw another bomb that made Ling Xiao unhappy. He was simply deliberately making things difficult for a newcomer like him. Who could he form a team with? Ho Rifeng, Lin Yang, and Chang Feiying. But even so, he was still short of one person. Could he ask Zhou Tong to make up the numbers? That was impossible. Zhou Tong was already at odds with him, so how could he possibly wholeheartedly help him? Who knows, they might even deliberately seek death and ruin his assessment. It's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. How do we determine the victor? Whoever reaches Celestial Devil Peak first will win, Ling Xiao asked. There was no point in fretting over the matter of forming a team. It was better to figure out what they didn't know first. No, according to the rules, as long as you can reach the Heavenly Devil Peak within 3 days, it's fine. The key to victory is the soul-locking token. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord shook his head and said, What is the soul-locking token? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The soul-locking tablet is a special magic treasure of the 8 Immortals Mountain. As long as you drip a drop of blood on it and then wear it, it can display the disciple's physical condition. Every one of the 100 disciples participating in the assessment will have one. What you need to do is to try your best to snatch the other people's soul-locking tokens. In the end, the 4 groups with the most soul-locking tokens, which means 20 people, will enter the second stage of the assessment. At this point, the Black Immortal Mountain Lord specially reminded Ling Xiao, Don't kill people rashly because the soul-locking token will record everything. It will be very troublesome. Of course, there are exceptions under special circumstances. After all, you have too many enemies. If others want to kill you, you won't be willing to surrender. I can still understand this. What if I encounter danger and want to ask for help? Ling Xiao asked again. It's very simple. Your soul-locking token has the function of releasing a distress signal once. If you confirm that you can't continue the assessment, release the signal. At that time, the experts in the sect will naturally go to rescue you. Unless an unforeseen accident occurs, you shouldn't die. Do you have any other questions? The Black Immortal Mountain Lord asked again. Ling Xiao thought for a while. He already had a basic understanding of the assessment of trampling the Heavenly Devil Mountain. In short, the first stage was about the martial artist's social relations and teamwork. Although individual ability was very important, it was definitely not the most important. Because as long as one person in the group was eliminated, the whole group would be eliminated. Not only did they have to ensure that the members of the group were intact, but they also had to obtain as many soul-locking tokens as possible under this condition. To think that the people of 8 Immortal Mountain could come up with this kind of assessment. It was really difficult. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not always a loner. He also had friends and had once led an army to battle. Teamwork was not a problem for him. In particular, he knew formations, which were crucial to increasing the combat strength of the group. This first stage seemed difficult for him, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. I don't have any other questions, but it's probably a little difficult to form a group. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I've considered this for you. Cheng Feiying, Lin Yang, your eldest senior brother Bei Rifeng, and you, a total of 4 people. You just need to find one more person. Zhou Tong has already joined another group, so he can't be in the same group as you. However, what's interesting is that the Qingluan flower of Green Immortal Mountain has become a loner. Perhaps she can join your group. When the Black Immortal Mountain Lord mentioned this Qingluan flower, he seemed to be frowning. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it, Ling Xiao said. Since he wanted to ensure that he could pass this assessment smoothly, he had to understand all the members of his group. Bei Rifeng was straightforward and a martial arts fanatic. Cheng Feiying was his friend, and her strength was quite good. Moreover, he seemed to have some unresolvable feelings for her. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Lin Yang was his good brother. Although his strength was not as good, His loyalty was the highest. He really did not understand what this Qinghuan flower was like. This Qinghuan flower's aptitude is only second to Desert Cloud and Akira, and her strength is close to those two. However, you also know that geniuses are more arrogant, and this Qinghuan flower is even more so. In Green Immortal Mountain, she is almost a loner and has no friends. Her most common saying is, teammates are burdens. She doesn't need them at all. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly. It sounds like she has been tricked by her teammates before. That's why she has such a psychological shadow. She probably despises the few of us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Maybe she just despises you. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly and said, Lin Yang's current cultivation is higher than yours. He has reached the late stage of the second level of hell. Although you are a first transition martial artist, you are only at the peak of the first level of hell. I'll say something that might upset you, but other than your friends, no one else is willing to team up with you. These words did sound quite cruel. However, Ling Xiao smiled. The contempt of others was his motivation. He wanted to let everyone know that only those who followed him, Ling Xiao, had a chance of success. And those who looked down on him would definitely be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao actually liked to see those who looked down on him dumbfounded and helpless. Chapter 2333. The second stage is simpler and more direct. After the final 20 people are decided, the original team will be split into 4 groups. These 4 groups will be decided by drawing lots. One person will be chosen from each group. In the end, these 5 people will challenge each other in a cycle. The top 3 will join the Dark Tribe of 8 Immortal Mountain according to the results of the challenge. The Black Immortal Mountain Master explained. But Heavenly Devil Peak is not an ordinary place. There is a fragment space there that is very strange. The location of the final battle can be any kind of harsh environment. Adaptability and strength are both important. So, Ling Xiao, you don't have no chance at all. As long as you make good use of the environment, you can still advance. It was obvious that the Black Immortal Mountain Master was comforting Ling Xiao. As the Mountain Master, he couldn't possibly discourage his own disciple. However, his comforting tone was a little too obvious. Everyone present heard it clearly. If he can advance, roosters will be laying eggs. Zhou Tong finally couldn't help but say this. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was the true portrayal in many people's hearts. No one thought that Ling Xiao could advance to 8 Immortal Mountain in the end. Even those who truly supported Ling Xiao felt that it was impossible. After all, although Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, his strength was too weak. No matter how smart he was, in the end, the assessment still depended on strength. Of course, Ling Xiao had to admit that if it was before his breakthrough, perhaps this idea was right. At that time, even he felt that it was impossible for him to advance. But now, everything was different. His cultivation had continuously increased to the late stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. He had also cultivated the advanced lightning battle body and the advanced lava battle body, and grasped the advanced jade grade secret technique. His strength was much stronger than before. It was simply incomparable. Just wait to be dumbfounded. I, Ling Xiao, will shock all of you. Secretly smiling, Ling Xiao's mood suddenly relaxed. Once he became stronger, the pressure would not be so great. Seeing Ling Xiao so confident and relaxed, the Black Immortal Mountain Master couldn't help but be stunned. He had taught many disciples, but Ling Xiao was the only one he couldn't see through. Perhaps this person really had some secrets that no one knew about. If that was the case, it would be a huge surprise. His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Perhaps the advancement test this time would be extremely exciting. Lin Ruoxian also seemed to have the same misconception and expectation. Hai Rafeng patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior brother has already taken the test a few times, but I still haven't passed. This is your first time participating in the advancement test. Even if you don't pass, you can come back next year. With your talent, you will definitely be stronger than Desert Cloud and Akira by next year. His long-winded words were actually sincere. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He was considered lucky. Other than Qing Wanhua, the rest of his teammates were trustworthy. This time, not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted the other four to successfully enter the second stage. At the second stage, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Alright, there's nothing more to say about this test. Tomorrow morning, the three of you will follow me to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. All the participating disciples will gather there and be divided into groups. The Black Immortal Mountain Master left after he finished speaking. He didn't want to delay Ling Xiao and the others. Scarlet Immortal Mountain was the strongest mountain in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Therefore, every time the disciples of the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain gathered, they would start there. This had never changed, even if Ling Xiao appeared in Black Immortal Mountain. It also couldn't change the strength of Desert Cloud and Akira. Unless Ling Xiao suppressed the two of them in this 8 Immortal Mountain test, perhaps Black Immortal Mountain would still have a chance to raise its head. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master left, Lin Ruoxian also left. These few days she helped Ling Xiao protect him and didn't have a good rest. This time, she had to go back and have a good rest. Haira Feng, Zhou Tong, and Feng Ru left one after another. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, he did not cultivate. Instead, he slept soundly. He wanted to be in his best condition. For Yin-Yang Realm martial artists, sleep was something they could do without. However, Ling Xiao still liked to sleep for a while because he found that his body's functions recovered dozens of times faster than when he woke up. The next morning, the Black Immortal Mountain Master came to find Ling Xiao as promised. He also brought Haira Feng and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. The distance from Black Immortal Mountain to Scarlet Immortal Mountain was not short. However, for a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, it didn't take long. After about 30 minutes, the four of them arrived at the foot of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Please inform the Black Immortal Mountain Master that he has brought his disciples Ling Xiao, Haira Feng, and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountain test. Even when facing the martial artists guarding Scarlet Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master was very polite. To be honest, he was the Mountain Master, an elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. These martial artists guarding the gate were only at the middle stage of the second layer of hell. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill these people. However, he didn't do so. Therefore, there was a saying in 8 Immortal Mountain. Black Immortal Mountain Master Yi Wishing is a coward, a coward. Was Yi Wishing his code name, or his name? No one outside knew. It was just that everyone called him that. This name was also considered the name of the most useless elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Many disciples who hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm dared to mock and ridicule him behind his back. Dark Knight Formless had never said or done anything. He was like a deaf person who couldn't hear or see these things. The attitude of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples proved this. One of the disciples was at the early stage of the second layer of hell. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain could easily crush him like an ant. However, this person looked at Yi Wishing arrogantly and said, Black Immortal Mountain Master, I'm sorry. The gathering place has changed. We have to go directly to the Heavenly Demon Mountain's Heavenly Demon Outpost. His attitude was very cold and arrogant, as if he was superior to the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain. I see. Then let's go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he called out to Ling Xiao, Haira Feng, and Zhou Tong and prepared to leave. Mountain Master, I want to go to the outhouse. I'll catch up with you later. Zhou Tong suddenly said, feeling very uncomfortable. Go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain still didn't ask any more questions. After Zhou Tong left, Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. Mountain Master, you know that those disciples guarding the gate are talking nonsense, and you know that Zhou Tong going to the outhouse is just an excuse. He should be going to Scarlet Immortal Mountain, right? But why didn't you say it? He questioned a little unhappily. Chapter 2334. So what if they know? It's obvious that Qi Lian deliberately ordered them to say that. Do you want me to kill those people? And then kill my way to Scarlet Deity Mountain? I've already made such a mistake. Sigh, forget it. I'd better not talk about it. Let's go. Anyway, I know the way to Demonic Mountain. It's not far. They're just going to take the immortal boat of 8 Immortals Mountain. It's just more comfortable and faster. In the end, we still have to go to the demonic outpost. The mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain seemed to have some unspeakable difficulties. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't force him. Instead, he suddenly smiled and said, Mountain Master, my personality is different from yours. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to be taken advantage of. If those bastards dare to lie to us, I'll beat them up. After saying that, without waiting for the Mountain Master's reaction, Ling Xiao had already walked toward the 4 disciples guarding the gate of Scarlet Deity Mountain. Kid, you'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, whether you're a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain or not, I'll cripple you first. Seeing Ling Xiao walk over, the first disciple said disdainfully. The second disciple sneered and said, To tell you the truth, the immortal boat is on Scarlet Deity Mountain right now. Everyone else can enter, but you people from Black Immortal Mountain can't. Of course, Zhou Tong is an exception. The third disciple scolded. Why are you telling him the truth? This kid is born in the year of the dog. He'll bite. The fourth disciple laughed out loud. Don't worry, their mountain master is a tortoise. This disciple of his must be a tortoise too. He definitely won't dare to do anything. Besides, what can he do? He's just a martial artist from the first level of hell. The 4 of them echoed each other like a group crosstalk. They didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain, who was nearby, scolded them directly. Moreover, these people spoke the truth casually. It was obvious that they didn't take Black Immortal Mountain seriously. They didn't just look down on Ling Xiao. They didn't even take the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain seriously. In the eyes of this bunch of bastards, there was probably only that old witch Qi Lian in their eyes. Ling Xiao knew that the old witch, Qi Lian, was scheming against him, but he didn't expect that she would even dare to make a fuss about something as big as going to the 8 Immortals Mountains examination. Good. That was King great. Qi Lian, go ahead and do it. Let's continue. This time, if Akira can pass the test, you can slap my face. I've already given you face. Did that old witch Qi Lian ask you to do this? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Impudent! You actually dare to disrespect your elders and offend your superiors by scolding the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master? Brat, you must be tired of living. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a reason to teach this brat a lesson. Perfect. After saying that, 2 of the 4 guards rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. He attacked without saying a word. Moreover, they were facing Ling Xiao, who was going to participate in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If they were just guards, they naturally wouldn't dare to act like this. They were doing this because they had the backing of Qi Lian. They felt that there wouldn't be any problem if they crippled Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao was waiting for them to attack. If they didn't attack, he really didn't have a legitimate reason to fight back. 2 useless dogs, how dare you attack me, Ling Xiao? I'll smash your mouths. Ling Xiao roared. Not only did he not retreat, but he also charged forward in the face of the enemy's attack. He wasn't afraid of the 2 guards at all. When the Black Immortal Mountain Master saw this scene, he was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped. He even stopped Qi Rifeng, who was rushing out. His eyes flickered with a strange light. With his cultivation, he could naturally see if Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage in the battle. Should he save him? Boom! Smack! With 1 punch and 1 kick, Ling Xiao was actually able to cleanly knock down the 2 guards who had rushed out. However, the 2 guards obviously didn't learn their lesson. Not only did they not learn their lesson, but they also shouted, Brothers, let's attack together. The Mountain Master said that if we cripple this guy, we will all be rewarded. Originally, There were 2 people attacking Ling Xiao. Now there were 4 of them. 2 of them were at the advanced stage of the 2nd level of hell. The other 2 were at the intermediate stage and the beginning stage of the 2nd level of hell. With the 4 of them working together, even Qi Rafeng would have a headache. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation level was lower than his, should have been beaten up. However, it was completely different from what Qi Rafeng imagined. Ling Xiao didn't even do much and didn't use any martial arts techniques. He just took a few steps forward like a shooting star. Then, the 4 guards flew out again. Everyone's mouths were filled with blood. Everyone's face was swollen like they were stung by a bee. Their heads were round like balls. 20 slaps for each of them in an instant. This brat seems to be hiding something. An excited smile appeared on the black immortal mountain master's face. How many years had it been? He had rarely been so excited. That's impossible, mountain master. 20 slaps per person? How fast would that be? Ho Renfeng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Renfeng, listen up. During the test, follow Ling Xiao's lead. Do whatever he asks you to do. Don't doubt him. Trust him. At least you won't have any problems in the first round. As for the second round, you can only leave it to fate. The Black Immortal Mountain Master suddenly said. Although I don't know what you mean, I understand. Qi Rafeng was such a person. To put it bluntly, he was brainless. To put it nicely, he was honest. If he believed someone, he would always believe it. He would never doubt it. Even if the Mountain Master asked him to die, he wouldn't refuse. However, this kind of person was a fool. He was often able to make true friends. The Black Immortal Mountain Master was his teacher and friend. Ling Xiao also treated him as a friend. This was his unique charm. F***ck, it's different from what we agreed on. How is this Ling Xiao easy to deal with? Bastard, I've been tricked. I still have to go on a date with my junior sister tomorrow. My face is almost like a pig's head. I regret it so much. That's nothing. I'm just a pretty boy, and I just happened to hook up with a rich woman. Now, the meal that was right in front of my mouth is gone just like that. With this face of mine, she probably thinks that she's met a ghost. F***ck, isn't this a scam? No one told us that Ling Xiao's skills are so good. That terrifying palm wind. I didn't even see it, let alone catch it. It was all a blur. The thing that the 4 of them regretted the most now was provoking the demon Ling Xiao. Not only did they not get the upper hand, but they were also beaten up. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. However, this kid just had to hit them in the face. It turned their pretty faces into a mess. It would probably take a long time for them to recover. The 4 of you. Spare us. Spare us, Lord. It's us 4 trash who failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were the foxes who bullied others with the might of the Scarlet Lotus Mountain. But there was nothing we could do. That's what the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master ordered us to do. Chapter 2335. It's good that you know how to bully others with your power. I specialize in killing dogs. Don't let me encounter something similar in the future. Otherwise, the 4 of you can forget about living, Ling Xiao said coldly. At this moment, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master walked over and said calmly. Ling Xiao is indeed a little impulsive to hit someone, but don't you think it's too much to ignore me? Go back and tell your Mountain Master Qilian that I, Dark Knight Formless, am not dead yet. Hearing the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's words, Ling Xiao was really touched. Because he understood that the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master was taking the responsibility. This way, Qilian would shift her attention to him, and not Ling Xiao. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao and had more power in the 8 Immortal Mountain. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Ling Xiao and Qi Rafeng followed behind. Ling Xiao, you're hiding something, right? After walking for a while, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. To those who supported and loved him, Ling Xiao felt that he could reveal some secrets. That's good. I'm looking forward to it. Although the 4 of them are not qualified to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains test, that's because they're too old. The fact that you can defeat them is enough to show that you're strong. This time, you'll have to shoulder the responsibility of the team leader. Whether it's your eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, or Cheng Feiying, you have to take good care of them. As for that Qingwan flower, just don't let her be eliminated. However, she shouldn't be eliminated so easily. This was the first time the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master felt that Ling Xiao had become the backbone of the Black Fairy Mountain. Although Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, he always felt that he had the temperament of a child. He was not very stable and his strength was really not good. But now, perhaps it was time for Ling Xiao to gain some benefits. In the future, if you really become a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain and step into the Dark Tribe, then come find me. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a Dark Tribe member. Dark Knight Formless suddenly said. This disciple will bear that in mind. Every master of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain was an elder-level figure. Naturally, they also belonged to the 8 clans of the upper 8 Immortals. Alright, let's set off immediately. Although my flying bat is slightly slower than that immortal boat, it should be able to make it in time. As they spoke, the 3 of them saw a huge ship flying over their heads. Although it was called an immortal boat, it was more like a giant flywheel ship. On the giant ship, there were many places to rest. Naturally, it was much better than the flying bats. However, Ling Xiao was not envious. Riding on the flying bat was also a form of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of disgust towards Qi Lian for targeting the Black Immortal Mountain. In the past, because he had killed Qi Yan'er and stole the Thunder Elemental Jade from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao did not want to bully this old woman anymore. But who knew that he wouldn't bully others? Yet others insisted on chasing after him to deal with him. First, it was Akira, and now it was this boring trick. Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. He would not let the other party have an easy time after playing with him like this. Mountain Master, you won't object if I deal with Qi Lian, right? On the flying bat, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Deal with her? How? The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain was stunned for a moment before asking. Then you don't have to worry about it. In short, I will definitely make Qi Lian bow her head obediently when she sees us in the future. She might even kneel down and kowtow, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It seemed like a good idea to have an elder-level maid. You'd better be careful. Although I know that nothing I say can change your mind, I used to be as carefree and as proud and confident as you. But after that incident, sigh, it's really sad to talk about the past. It's better not to talk about it. This was the second time Knight Formless suddenly paused on the same topic. Obviously, it was a scar that he did not want to open. That scar was too painful for him, so much so that he did not want to touch it at all. Since he did not want to talk about it, Ling Xiao naturally did not ask. Hai Rafeng just sat there and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. He was not stupid, he was just straightforward. The Mountain Master asked him to follow Ling Xiao and listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements, so he began to observe Ling Xiao. In the face of the upcoming assessment, and even talking about Qi Lian, Hai Rafeng was extremely nervous. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. But Ling Xiao always seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He did not feel nervous at all. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for Qi Lian. Junior Brother Ling, how many secrets do you have? But forget it, I'm not used to thinking anyway. Since the Mountain Master asked me to follow you, I'll follow you. Hai Rafeng looked at the constantly changing scenery in front of him, and simply gave up on thinking, which he was not good at. After all, he had a headache when he thought. The ferry boat had long disappeared. It was obvious how fast it was. However, the flying bat also arrived in the vicinity of Demonic Mountain about 3 hours later. That's Demonic Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at the mountain peak in the distance in shock. This mountain peak was extremely strange. It had a main peak, and it was surrounded by 13 peaks that were slightly shorter than the main peak. The entire mountain looked very strange. The main peak was covered in snow all year round and was abnormally cold. However, the 13 peaks each had their own characteristics. Some had thunder and lightning, some had dark winds and rain, and some had blazing suns. In short, none of the 13 peaks were the same. Do you know that if you want to reach the main peak, you have to pass through the 13 peaks? There's only one path to the peak. When the time comes, you have to be careful. The harsh conditions here are simply terrifying. Don't take it lightly. When they were about to arrive, the mountain master of Black Deity Mountain specially reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never reject the sincere kindness of others. Also, at any time, saving your life is important. If you really can't, just ask for help. Don't feel embarrassed. Rafong, you're the same. You only have a chance when you're alive. Once you die, you'll have nothing. The mountain master of Black Deity Mountain added. Ling Xiao nodded. That was natural, but he would try his best to avoid such a situation. Because once he asked for help, it was equivalent to being eliminated. That was really not what he wanted. It was still early, but Demonic Mountain was gloomy as if it was night. The sunlight was blocked by a thick layer of fog. One could only vaguely see a lonely outpost under the haze. The outpost was not large, but it could accommodate hundreds of people. In the past, the outpost was very quiet. Only the martial artists guarding here would feel the desolation of being alone. But today, it was unusually lively. The lights were brighter than usual, and he could even hear the laughter and the sound of cooking and cutting inside. It seemed that for the people at the outpost, being able to take the annual assessment of 8 Immortals Mountain was as grand as a festival. Let's go. Chapter 2336. Dark Night Formless controlled the flying bat to land. At this moment, they were still a few hundred meters away from the sentry post. That was because the sentry post's attack range was within 300 meters. Everything in the sky would attack. Stop! When the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain led Ling Xiao and Tian Rafong to the sentry post, someone on the archer tower stuck his head out and shouted. He held a sharp bow in his hand and wore blood-red armor. His strength was quite impressive. His cultivation was already at the peak of the second layer of hell. The key was his terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that it was accumulated through years of killing. Who are you? Quickly report your names. This is the sentry post of 8 Immortal Mountain. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. As the cold voice sounded, the sharp arrow was already aimed at Ling Xiao, Dark Night Formless, and Tian Rafong. Please wait. I'm Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, Dark Night Formless. I've brought my disciples Ling Xiao and Tian Rafong to participate in the entrance examination of 8 Immortal Mountain. Dark Night Formless was still very polite to everyone. He spoke politely and definitely wouldn't offend anyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. As long as the other party wasn't deaf, it was impossible for them not to hear him. Of course, perhaps his attitude was too good, so it didn't have any deterrence. If it were any other mountain master, they would probably have scolded him sternly. Humph, where did this thief come from? Do you think we're easy to fool? Half an hour ago, the immortal boat had already arrived at the sentry post. All the participating disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were resting inside. Even if you want to lie, find a better reason. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll attack. The archer on the sentry post snorted coldly. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master token is here. It can prove my identity. Dark Night Formless still didn't get angry. Instead, he took out his own token. Perhaps he felt that the other party was responsible, so it wasn't wrong to do so. However, he was being polite. But the other party's arrogance was even stronger. Mountain Master Qilian has already said that everyone from 8 Immortal Mountain has arrived. If anyone else comes, they're thieves. Do you want to die? The archer suddenly released the bowstring in his hand, and a sharp arrow pierced through the air. The arrow was wrapped in a terrifying yin-yang yuan force, and it whistled in the air. Although this arrow could not hurt Dark Knight Formless, to be treated in such a manner, any other mountain lord would be furious. However, Dark Knight Formless merely waved his hand lightly and swatted the arrow away. The arrow quietly disappeared into the void. Qi Lian is the mountain lord, and so am I. Wouldn't it be a bit too much for you to act rashly without looking at the token? Even a clay figurine would get angry. Faced with such treatment, it was impossible for Dark Knight Formless to not be angry. Ling Xiao could feel that this person was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Bullshit. Kill him. Someone shouted angrily, and dozens of arrows flew over, not giving Dark Knight Formless a chance to explain. At this moment, inside the outpost, a pair of eyes were observing the situation, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer of schadenfreude. This person was naturally Qi Lian. Ling Xiao had offended her Scarlet Immortal Mountain. She wanted to make the entire Black Immortal Mountain unable to raise their heads. You offended your superiors and attacked the Mountain Lord. You deserve death. Kill. Ling Xiao did not have a good temper like Dark Knight Formless. If it was said that it was the other party's fault for not allowing them to enter at the start, then at this moment, it was clear that the other party was being unreasonable. Dark Knight Formless had already taken out the token for them to check. Not only did they not check, but they also attacked. They were so unreasonable. Ling Xiao could not hold it in. With a roar, he suddenly rushed out from behind Dark Knight Formless like a ghost. In the perpetually gray environment, his speed was so fast that it was strange. A series of terrifying cold lights flickered in the night. Then, more than 10 corpses were thrown down the city walls and arrow towers. Ling Xiao did not show mercy. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also decisive. Because he knew very well that if he showed any mercy, he would immediately be surrounded. These people were not to be trifled with. Although their cultivation levels were not necessarily high, they had been fighting on Demonic Mountain all year round, so their combat strength was not weak. Ling Xiao dared to attack because he had something to rely on. He knew that Dark Knight Formless was very strong. He also knew that his actions were in accordance with the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was an elder. These people dared to shoot him, which was a capital offense. Whether it was someone secretly spying on him to frame him, or use the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain to punish him, it was impossible. He could feel the bottom line in Dark Knight Formless' heart. This person looked very cowardly. Very tolerant. But even the most honest person had his own bottom line. When others crossed this bottom line, the honest person would also turn into a terrifying beast. Sigh. Seeing Ling Xiao's clean and efficient killing method, Dark Knight Formless did not know whether to laugh or cry. From this attack, it could be seen that Ling Xiao had hidden a lot of his strength. However, although it was satisfying to kill people, it was somewhat troublesome. Impudent. How dare you kill people from Demonic Outpost? Just as Ling Xiao killed more than 10 martial artists from Demonic Outpost, a sword light pierced through the air. The sword light was ruthless, and it was obvious that it did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. However, Ling Xiao had long been on guard against someone attacking him. Although this sword light was very terrifying, and he could not block it at all. But dodging was not a problem. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind Dark Knight Formless. When the sword light arrived in front of Dark Knight Formless, it did not stop, as if it wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless as well. But the moment the sword light touched Dark Knight Formless, it disappeared. Just like the arrow that disappeared earlier. What? In the void, a cry of surprise sounded. Only then did Ling Xiao see the appearance of the person who came clearly. It was none other than Sand Eagle. This Sand Eagle should be a disciple of 8 Immortals Mountain who was responsible for the safety of the assessment members. There were probably others who came with him. Dark Knight Formless, are you trying to rebel? You actually connive at your disciple to commit murder? Sand Eagle actually called the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain by his name. It was enough to see how arrogant he was. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about this. He only said indifferently, "If I kill them, what's the point of them killing me? Sand Eagle was speechless. Only now did he remember that Dark Knight Formless status was much higher than those people who died, much higher than him. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless did not say anything else. While Sand Eagle was in a daze, he led Ling Xiao and Ho Rafeng into the demonic outpost. In the demonic outpost, there was the largest building. It was originally used to hold military meetings, but now it had become a temporary gathering place for the participants of the assessment. There was delicious wine and food on the table. The participants of 8 Immortals Mountain and the Mountain Master who led the disciples were all there to enjoy the delicious food. Just as the atmosphere was lively, the door was pushed open. 3 people walked in from outside. Chapter 2337. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the room, he felt everyone's eyes on them. Ho Rafeng was actually a little shy and hid behind Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. He observed these people. There were acquaintances and strangers. The acquaintances were naturally the mountain lords of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, as well as Qing Feiying, Desert Cloud, and Akira, whom he had met before. Naturally, there were more strangers. Ling Xiao had never seen most of the participants before coming here. These people were the true elites of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. That time in the ghost prison trial was nothing. Ling Xiao! Boss! Seeing Ling Xiao, Qing Feiying and Lin Yang excitedly walked over, obviously to prevent Ling Xiao from feeling awkward. However, they were worried too much. Ling Xiao had experienced such a scene more than once. Ling Xiao had also experienced scenes grander than this, but it was nothing. After Ling Xiao greeted Qing Feiying and Lin Yang, he looked at the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Over there, Qi Lian was looking at him with a smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Qi Linger and Sha Diyun were also gloating. It was as if they were saying, "You're done for, kid. Your Black Deity Mountain is done for." Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he looked towards the seats of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, Zhou Tong was sitting there alone. This guy was not polite at all, sitting directly on the seat that only the mountain lords were qualified to sit on, and bragging to the female disciples beside him. When Ling Xiao saw this bastard, he couldn't help but feel angry. He really didn't know why Dark Knight Formless still wanted this kind of traitor. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked over. "Get lost!" His voice was filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Tong, don't be afraid. He won't dare to do anything to you. I'll stand up for you here." Seeing that Zhou Tong had been intimidated by Ling Xiao, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Desert Cloud suddenly said something. Zhou Tong sat back down. With the Desert Cloud, what was there to be afraid of? It was not like he was facing Ling Xiao alone. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said, "I don't believe that with me here, you dare to touch him. Idiot, you think too highly of yourself." Finished talking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move, slapping Zhou Tong on the face, directly sending Zhou Tong flying out. Not only was this slap ruthless, it was also skillful, sending Zhou Tong directly into the crowd of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. "You traitorous dog! Since you like the Scarlet Immortal Mountain so much, don't ever return to the Black Immortal Mountain again." Then, he looked at the stunned Desert Cloud and said, "Desert Cloud, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have hit him. It's all your fault. Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're really nothing." Desert Cloud's face turned red from all the choking, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Instead, Qi Lian sneered and said, "Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? What crime have I committed?" Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked in neither servile nor overbearing manner, "You're at the 8 Immortal Mountain, and you beat up my guarding disciple. That's one of the reasons. Just now, outside, you killed more than 10 warriors of the Tianma outpost. That's the second reason, and it's a capital offense. Now you're offending your superiors and beating up your own senior brother. That's the third reason. Your death is not to be regretted," Qi Lian said with a cold smile. "Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord Qi Lian, I thought that as a Mountain Lord, you would at least have some sense of shame. But I didn't expect that. Not only do you have no sense of shame, you don't even care about your face. Do you think that just because you're the Mountain Lord of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, you can do whatever you want and look down on others? The 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't belong to your Qi family, and it doesn't belong to you, Qi Lian. You're not worthy. Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying something shocking. At this moment, the scene was as silent as a dead land. There was no sound at all. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Even the mountain lords were included. They were all experts, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to curse Qi Lian in front of so many people. After a moment, the shocked expressions on some people's faces turned into meaningful smiles. For some, it turned into anger. The most furious ones were naturally the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. In their hearts, Qi Lian was a supreme expert. They usually respected him and did not even dare to talk about him behind his back. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to insult their mountain lord today. If Ling Xiao didn't die, how could the Scarlet Immortal Mountain establish itself in the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future? Ho Rafeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so bold. It was fine if he went against the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but today, he even dared to go against Qi Lian. Wasn't this a little too valiant? What should they do? They all looked at the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, only this person could save Ling Xiao's life. Yi Knight Formless sighed helplessly and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if he was looking at his past self. Should he let this kid suffer a little and remember this lesson? Or should he protect him? Yi Knight Formless was a little conflicted. As for Ling Xiao, he just looked at Qi Lian without the slightest hint of fear. Although Qi Lian's cultivation was much stronger than his, it was not a problem. If Yi Knight Formless was willing to help, he would naturally not die. If Yi Knight Formless was not willing to help, then Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Qi Lian. Without this bit of confidence, he would not have acted like this. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would lose his life. At this time, many people were looking at Qi Lian, waiting to see what he would do. However, at this time, several disciples jumped out from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. They were all warriors of the 2nd level of Hell. There was also one who was at the peak of the 2nd level of Hell. They wanted to win back face for their Mountain Lord. Kid, you're only at the peak of the 1st level of Hell. Letting you participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is already giving you enough face. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and not repent after committing such a big mistake. You even insulted our Mountain Lord in front of everyone. You deserve to die. The one who spoke was the peak of the 1st level of Hell. He was probably only slightly weaker than Akira in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He was considered very strong. However, after speaking, he did not make a move. Instead, it was the people behind him who pounced on Ling Xiao. Qi Lian just watched indifferently as his disciples attacked Ling Xiao. Many others were also happy to watch the show. However, the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord stood up with a smile. A faint aura spread out and actually blocked those people. Ling Xiao, this is your fault. Mountain Lord Qi Lian is a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. You must be respectful to her. Even if she said something wrong, you can't talk back, and you can't scold her. You're a junior, you must learn to swallow your anger. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.